Football is back, baby. Hit the like button.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters. They're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off, it's these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve it now. It's only worth it if you work for it.
I'm in a good spot in my life, man. I wouldn't refer to it as shouting. That's just me just motivating my teammates. I was simply telling 2-5 that we need more of that because he had a great run there towards the end of the game. And I was like, I need more of that. I need more of that, 2-5. Number 9, I need more of that. I need more of that, 1-8. So that's just me, man, like just motivating my teammates. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no ill will. Like me personally, my teammates know me. I never break down and I never call nobody out in that moment. If I got a problem with somebody, I'll pull them to the side and I'll tell you what's going on. That's the man that my parents raised me. But I was simply just saying 2-5, I need more of that. Because dude was balling and he was the spark for the offense. So
Good flipping morning, ladies and gentlemen, all Dolphin fans. Welcome to another episode of Coffee and a Cup of Color. That's me, yours truly, Culler, and I'm going to bring the commentary. I just finished watching the Mike McDaniel presser from yesterday, so you didn't have to. But unfortunately, you're going to have to. Because I can't speak for the man. But there's some interesting tidbits we'll garner for what we plan to do going forward. As you can see, the title of the show, Stands, Fans, and Future Plans. Football is back. Dolphins football, that is. Welcome to the channel again, everybody. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights, first one in the chat. Hit the like button just like I'm sure he did. Dakota, the Jets motivator, who probably needs some motivation this week. Much like ourselves. AP Ryan, John Featherland, how you guys doing? Sean from the Bills fan base, Red, White, and Bills. Trying to provide some kind of content for that fan base. Does a great job. C. Heffel, how you doing? You got the returning, functioning suicide hotline in the chat. So give him a call if y'all need any help. Some of y'all do. Some of y'all just think like, it's just so easy to build and run and win with a football team. Well, we'll talk about all that because we got a lot of people out there that just, not quite saying the same things they was the last 3 years. And so we're going to hold all you all, the Cup of Color audience, the Fins Tailgate audience, anybody who wants to watch football and enjoy Dolphins wins. We're all gonna talk about how we can do that and why. And if anybody wants to sit around and talk about the draft, then go right ahead. That's perfectly fine. But this season ain't over, and I was told a lot of things by a lot of people over the last 3 years. Matter of fact, I've had my intelligence insulted. I've been threatened, put in a corner, marginalized. All of that. You name it. Yet here I am, ready to watch some football Sunday. I don't care if we're going to win at this point. I can't tell you whether we're going to or not. I can only watch. I can only do what I've always done before I started talking to you all. Watch the news, try to find information on my football team, watch the coaches speak, watch the owner speak, watch the players speak, and decide, whether it's, like a whole bunch of things, whether it's worth watching, whether it's worth paying for, what frame of mind I need to be in when I'm watching on Sunday. Is this a preseason game? Is this camp again? 5th week into the season, and we're already talking about Shadur Sanders? Really? We haven't gone through. Y'all didn't learn nothing. Nobody learned anything. I'm not done with Tua yet. 3/4 of this fan base has been shoving this quarterback down my throat for the past 3 years, and now all of a sudden we can't win with him? Nah, y'all ain't going to get away with that. So we're going to sit here and grind through the minutia of this season. And I don't care if we know we don't have a shot. I don't really care, because football games can be won and lost, and a lot of things can happen from now until then. And in case you didn't notice, they're pulling Tua back. So if you believed before, you better start believing again. Because it doesn't matter what anybody thinks, what we do, how we handle this week or the next. We're not tanking. Sorry to tell you, folks, we are not tanking. And I'll get into a little more details as to why I believe that when we get into the press conference. I usually like to go in the afternoons on Thursday, but I wanted to knock this one out. It's going to be a short show. I simply have nothing. What am I supposed to tell a bunch of people that don't want to play, that don't want our team to win this week? I mean, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to say, okay, well, I watched the coach speak. I watched some film, which I actually do, instead of just telling everybody I do. I've read a bunch of articles from the experts and the authorities out there of the world. And I'm not ready to stop watching my football team. I'm not ready. And I can tell you that we are not tanking. There's no reason to. To watch some of the same people that have questioned my intelligence, my fandom, you name it, to watch a lot of those people turn around and say, it don't matter even when Tua comes back. I was told that this whole thing don't go without Tua. I was told that we built this team for Tua. I was told that the exceptional level of talent on this team was because Tua needed all that. Now ask yourselves this. If we continue to flame out the next couple games before Tua comes back, what's left? Okay, a lot of pressure for Tua. Fine. We'll get to that in a second. But what happens if we win? What happens if the rest of the team does fix all of their mistakes? Because it is their mistakes. Look no further than your favorite wide receiver, Waddle, to tell you right out of his own mouth, right after the game. We played it right here on my show. And then to watch some of the film and have that confirmed. Where's all those film studies out there? Pete did his. What's up, Shake Money? What's up, Marino's Goat? Dad Dean, Anthony Monzano. I see you all in there. Ms. Relentless. My voice is going, guys, so I'm going to probably cut the shout-out short. Tua Tuesday, how you doing? No offense if I didn't say your name. I love every one of you. We got a lot of problems to fix on offense. Problems that didn't start to get exposed, as always, until we started facing tougher teams last year. And since then, namely the last 8 ball games, we're 2-6. We've scored 7 touchdowns in 6 games. So regardless of what happens at quarterback, we've got work to do. We always had work to do. We got to get it fixed, whether it's Tua in there, whether we tank our season because of it or not. But the fact of it is, if we don't get it fixed, there's your tank. I don't understand why initiating it earlier makes any more sense. And if you think it does, then we're taking a huge risk by letting Tua play. If you actually think the tank is in place, there is no way that Tua is going to see this field. You can't have it both ways. If Tua gets injured again, you're not just talking about a tank. You're talking about 4 more years before we even see another coach to start a tank. I hope you all know that. We still have a chance to thread this thing and retool. But that's going to depend on the players, as I said last week and the week before. Mike McDaniel has a lot of things to fix himself. We asked for that. We wanted a first-year head coach. We wanted the guy with the great sneakers and the great disposition. We wanted all that. We wanted an inexperienced person to be our head coach. Because what I'm starting to realize, despite McDaniel being completely lost in his own thoughts, what I do see is actually some moniker of coaching going on. Because that's all he has left to rely on. You can only scheme your players' unwillingness to execute and their unwillingness to play and show up and be physical. You can only mitigate that with scheming so much. It's time for these guys to go out there and earn their rating in y'all's minds. Y'all think Waddle is this superstar wide receiver. I'm not going to argue with you, but the way we prop these players up having done nothing for us in 3 years, that's got to stop. And that's what's actually happening right now. Every one of you all are jumping off the bandwagon of your favorite player, whoever it may be. Every one of you are jumping off the idea that this team can win. Every one of you are jumping off the idea that even if Tua is bad, he could be the Trent Dilfers of the world or the Blake Bortles of the world, and this team can win. This team can carry him. There's no reason to go get another quarterback. The team can carry him with whoever we put back there. I said it myself. So if this particular set of players is only willing to play for Tua, then it doesn't matter what we do anyway. And guess what? We're not tanking. Because the moment Tua is allowed to come back and play, he's going to play. I don't know why you all thought that was going to change. I don't know why you all thought that you could pump 3-4 years of platitudes, gaslighting, straw manning, marginalization, demoralization, whatever you want to call it, pom-pom waving. And now you want to tell me that he's not playing again and we're tanking? I didn't say we're going to have a successful season. I didn't say he's going to come back and win us the Super Bowl. But if you don't think for a second that he's going to come back just enough to salvage his image and put up a bunch of numbers, you're fooling yourself. This idea that, oh, if we go get a better quarterback, or if we try to win, or if, we coach up Huntley or whatever, or if the team gets a little better and fixes some stuff and gets a couple wins, oh, that ruins the tank. Guess what? Tua's coming back. See, now you all want to act like they're joking. You all want to act like it's PR now. You think we're going to go through the last 3 years of not doing anything about the quarterback? Watching all these stars, potential stars walk by? Even the ones we all trashed are doing good. I mean, you're never going to win with a quarterback, either a backup or an inferior one that's been figured out. You're never going to win with that guy if you can't execute a toss sweep. If you're running a West Coast system and you can't hit the running back in the flat because your wide receivers can't step up their game when you have a backup in, guess what? You're going to run it till you do. Because if you can't do that, there's nothing else in the playbook you can do. So we expect our coach to adjust. We expect our coach to look, everybody gets figured out. Nothing works forever. But we're expecting our coach to change and to do all these different things, and the team cannot even execute simple stuff that's figured out. You know why it's figured out? Because it's standard fundamental football. Because when your team is doing what it needs to do and executing properly, there is nothing that's figured out. Teams figured out these plays decades ago. There's things you can do to disguise what you're doing to make it look like you're doing something else or whatever else. But ultimately, what you end up doing is something that's been done 1,000 times. You have to execute it. We all can sit here and look in the playbook and say, well, I would have expected that to be called or that because that has a better probability of success. Guess what? Maybe it did. And I agree with you all there. Get the game won first. But when you're talking about the failures that we've had for the last 8 ball games, you've got to start from the beginning again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a football. It's a shame that it happened right in the middle of the beginning of the season. It's a shame we couldn't work all that out in the offseason. It didn't happen. But it's happening now. And if Mike McDaniel can't get it done, then he needs to be fired. But you got to give it a chance to work itself out. Because Tua is coming back. And we are winning at least 4 or 5 ball games. We could win more. Maybe it's delusional to think we could win more. Fine. But we are winning 4 or 5 ball games. So get off of the thought of Shadir Sanders or Cam Ward. Get off of the thought of moving up to the first pick. Our last first round draft pick is riding the pine for $212 million. And you all want to go draft another quarterback, given what we see starting to stack up in free agency. And I'm sorry to go on a rant right out of the gate, but I told y'all, I have nothing this morning. I don't know who to talk to. Do I talk to the tankies? Do I talk to the draft guys? Do I talk to the homers like myself that still want to win? Who do I talk to? So I'm talking to fans of football. I'm talking to fans of the Miami Dolphins. I'm talking to people that no matter what the future holds, whether it's a full tank, whether we're talking about drafting next week, I don't care. What I'm talking about this week is the New England Patriots and how we're going to beat them. What I'm talking about is how we're going to fix the mistakes on offense to give Huntley a better chance to be successful. I'm talking about the 95 to 98% step up that McDaniel talked about yesterday in his presser, the other day in his presser. Okay? I'm talking about stepping up like Waddle said they need to do when a backup's in. Because if you can even get one win before Tua comes back, that's 4 losses. We could probably agree that Tua was headed for that himself. The fixing was going to have to happen. And if it didn't, then Tua would have had a 5-win season. And guess what? No tank. No Cam Ward. No Shadir Sanders. And if you think that we're going to go with 5 losses with Arizona coming in, and you think they're going to put Tua back out into that situation to attempt to be perfect the rest of the way, and go 12-5 or 10 or 11-6, you're fooling yourself. It is incumbent upon the team to show Mike McDaniel that they're ready to play the rest of the season. Then it is incumbent upon Mike McDaniel to coach us to a win this week. And if that doesn't happen, I stand on my business. We will have a new coach on Monday morning. I hadn't considered the bye week last time around I made these statements, but I just don't understand how we can be talking about a tank and allow the current people to stay in that building while they bleed off and sell off our assets. When it comes to evaluating the rest of the season, so you decide in the building behind closed doors, we're tanking. Let's play this out. The big man calls down from the helicopter. Pull the plug. Not even going to try. Pull the plug. Blow it all up. There's a reason that happened. And the reason is likely, ultimately, incompetency. So what makes you think now, at the moment that happens, they're going to sell off all of the obvious big money makers so we can get draft picks, stuff like that. Those guys aren't going to want to play through a tank. So those guys will go without having to make any X's and O's decisions, right? The rest of them will hang around. For who? To evaluate them. The guy that you're just fired, that you're about to fire? The guy that was so incompetent that your season is tanked? You're going to trust that guy when it comes to deciding who gets saved and who has to be replaced. No. There's no point. An interim head coach doesn't have to be convinced to tank. An interim head coach is an interim head coach. And if he can prove he can win with what we got anyway, what do we need to tank for? Mike McDaniel's in the same boat. Before we're mathematically eliminated from the playoffs, he can prove his worth still. And if he proves his worth, then guess what, people? We're winning. And we're beating the good teams. Beating the good teams. We're talking about playing the worst team in the NFL this week next to us, and we don't think we can beat them. Now we're back to football. One game at a time with the players that you have on the board. And if we tank the season, we're going to have less players on the board. And guess what? It's still football. And we're going to sit here through the minutia and have a show through the entire season while we all know that we're going to lose. See, we didn't get to do this back in 2019, back in the last tank. There wasn't that many content creators doing all this. There wasn't that many. Watch you all go bye-bye. Watch you all go to sleep. Watch how many people come around through this whole thing and speak their mind as to what we should do going forward in our future plans and how to build this team through this tank. because you all sat there on the couch from the couch the last time, held your little signs that said tank for Tua, while I went to the stadium and watched our team try to figure out a way to win. It's still football. How do you know what you got if you're not trying to win? How do you ever know what you have if you're not trying to win? The moment that defeatist tanking mentality entered our building in 2018, it's been here ever since, and it's never going to go away. That's why it doesn't work. At what point do you decide to tell your players, hey, guess what? We're no longer tanking. Now, give us your best in that moment where you have to pick up the football because it's a backward pass and make sure the defense don't get it. Even if you're not sure it's a backward pass, you still grab it anyway. When do you shift from the mentality of, let it go, we're tanking anyway, to give it your 110% in the moment? When do you make that shift? Is this an announcement that they put out in the building? Do they give memos? We're losers. This organization is loser. It's a loser. The owner is a loser at football. Chris Greer is a loser. We're never going to get out of it. And the reason being is because we don't have a fan base that's willing to stick around when the times are tough and do what it takes to root for this team. I don't care if it matters or not, whether they win or lose. Us rooting doesn't affect them. Well, okay, fine. That's true. But you got to understand that this business, the Miami Dolphins, LLC, is taking its cues from how strong the fans feel. So when you all go out there for 3-4 years and hype up garbage to me, they see that. These teams are built by their fans. The organization wants to give you all what you want because it makes them money. We told them we want Tua. We told them we want the team we have. We told them we don't give a shit if they practice comeback drills. We told them we want a quarterback that can do nothing but stand there and deliver the ball and nothing else. We told them that's what we wanted, and we have it. And now you all want to sit home and sit there on the couch and talk about purposely losing. Well, that may be so, Chase, but it's a good business strategy to make money. And we buy it hook, line, and sinker every time. Oh, it's like listening to a bunch of kids in a candy shop with $100 in 1980. Oh, what are we going to do with all these pieces? How many draft picks we can collect and how much money we can get off the books and all this and that and the other. It's like that kid that never throws down his Dungeons and Dragons cards or his Pokemon cards or whatever the games you all play. He's got all them awesome cards that are worth all that, and he never throws any of them down. So he can sit there with all those cards, all those coveted pieces and toys, and never win a goddamn thing. draft a quarterback and then bring him in and sit him behind whoever our stopgap guy is while we're actually faking like we're trying to win with an old veteran. Oh, no, we've never done that before. No, never done that before. And you're talking about a tank as if, oh, we'll just tank this year. We'll draft our new guy, and he's going to come out right out the gate like C.J. Stroud or Brock Purdy. Or no. The other thought is draft a guy and sit him behind and sit him down and nurture him for 2 years before you put him out on the field. So now you're talking about 2 more bad seasons. It'll be 3 years before we're even seeing, hey, everybody, guess what? The Dolphins' new prospect quarterback that they drafted 2 years ago, first overall, is going to make his debut today, ladies and gentlemen, and he might throw one pass. They don't want to get him hurt. That's 3 years from now. If you want this, if you cave this season, that's 3 years from now. And y'all think tanking is just 1 year. It took us 4 years to build this team. And we're not even giving them a chance to correct a spell of bad football. Right now, it's a spell. It could be our identity. I don't know. We still got games enough to find out before our season is done. That's what you don't understand. And if we can't do that, then you get the tank you wanted anyway. And you'll know it by the trade deadline. So relax on the tank, people. We'll know it by the trade deadline. We can cut bait and fire sale then. But guess what? If we're doing that, that means we haven't won another ball game, and you get your tank anyway. No, they don't, Troy. I can't even believe people are anointing that guy elite. There's people that would argue Mahomes ain't even elite yet. I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying there's people that would argue that. And we're talking about CJ Stroud. Come to me after he has his first collapse. And maybe he's Patrick Mahomes. I don't know. Little flash and he's elite already. Is Brock Purdy elite? Oh, you hardly ever find that guy in the later rounds. What? We rattle off name after name after name of guys that were not taken in the first round. There's a mountain. Let me we're going to do this again. Now that we finally got the Tuaneers to stop trashing every other quarterback because they're starting to prove themselves. Let's go through this list since we don't trash them anymore. This is a quote by Barry Jackson from an article of his he wrote about what he thinks the Dolphins should and or plan to do at quarterback. Quote, all of this means the Dolphins this offseason must either trade for an established backup, use a high draft pick on a quarterback and hope he's ready immediately if needed, or spend decent money on one of the best options in a 2025 free agent quarterback class that will include Sam Darnold, who will likely get a starting job somewhere, Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Cooper Rush, Jameis Winston, Mac Jones, Carson Wentz, Joe Flacco, Jimmy Garoppolo, Mason Rudolph, Andy Dalton, Marcus Mariota, Drew Lock, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, and Jarrett Stidham. He goes on to write Russell Wilson and Winston and Jones could be the best options for Miami from that group, figuring Darnold will get a starting opportunity elsewhere. But we're so sure that one of these young quarterbacks from college all of a sudden are going to prove out the first year. Will they even prove out the fourth year? We're still waiting on our last first round pick to prove out. Oh, he already proved out, Culler, you say. Hey, I'm not going to argue anymore. So put him in the game and let's finish this season. What are we worried about? I'm not talking to the Tua haters. I'm not talking to the people that already know what's up on the Tua front. I'm talking to the people that are 100% sure that Tua has already proven out in the league. What are we worried about? We'll just play he's as good as Joe Burrow, so we can just burn a whole nother season because he'll be good next year and we'll be good to go. We'll play that game. Deshaun Watson, same thing. You see, Green Bay didn't settle for that. Well, I understand that, Kenna. Again, I'm not discounting that. I'm simply saying 3 years before we're seeing that guy take the field. 3 years before we're talking about, hey, everybody, guess what? Our new Tua is finally playing. Whoever that might be. Three years. And that's only if you get lucky and the guy's not a bust. So you can understand the urgency for these owners and general managers to get these guys out there and find out what they've got, at least with an eye test. CJ Stroud has passed the eye test. Joe Burrow passed the eye test. All these guys that they're like, hey, we're not worried. They're going to be good eventually. They've all passed the eye test. Now, apparently, Tua passed the eye test of our general manager. Then what are we worried about? Let it play out. I think when people say writing's on the wall, it's because they never believed in Tua and don't, which I understand. I don't either. But I did believe in this team. And I'd like to continue to believe in this team to carry us through. No different than they would have carried Tua through. You think that Tyler Huntley or Tua are either one any different than Trent Dilfer or Blake Bortles? We were already told as Tua detractors, as people who don't believe in Tua, we were already told that the team would carry him. And now we don't believe that anymore because of a string of bad games and bad performances where, yes, it's bad football on offense. Jalen Waddle was spot on. But I'll use the two in ears saying, do you think some people have never played bad football before? You think people have never corrected bad football? I'm going to make a statement that's probably going to have people insult my intelligence like they always do. It's going to have some people call me a homer and think that I'm delusional and the tank is in and I should just give up and start talking about the draft and prospects and all money and all this other stuff. And that's fine. I don't begrudge people for having those conversations. If that's interesting to you at this juncture of the season, then cool. I'm just not interested in it until later down the road. Fair enough? And I don't think we all should insult each other either way. If people are having that conversation and you don't want to be a part of it, don't join the conversation. If people are talking about the draft and money and tanking and all that, and you're not into that, there's plenty of other content. If I'm over here talking about how we're going to win and I ain't done with this season and I want to jab at Buffalo fans and act like we're going to win and whatever else, and we're going to fix stuff, and Mike McDaniel's going to finally prove himself out. If I want to talk about all that, then I can. And if it doesn't interest somebody, there's plenty of other content out there. I don't begrudge anybody, for that. But I'm just telling you, I'm not done as a fan on this season. I do not believe in tanking. I never have. I've told you all that since the moment I got up on YouTube and started talking to everybody. If somebody wants to have that debate one-on-one with me, mano-y-mano, on another day or another night, I will set up an entire show just for you and I to debate the merits of tanking in general. But I just don't believe in it. I think it's a coward's way to build a team. What's up, Shake?
Hey, first and foremost, let me thank Michael K. He gave me a new nickname.
Well, you're in the blender.
My bad. Second thing I want to say is, hey, listen, I want to give you your salary right now because
well, really quick, it's really giving us a problem to hear you, Shake. We're really having a hard time hearing you right at the moment. You might have to jump out and back in because we missed what you said to Michael K. as well. I mean, we're a tailgate here. This is the Finns tailgate. And like I said yesterday, the food ain't that great. I want to watch football. I go to that stadium to watch football. If nobody wants to win, I'm going to go to the high school on Friday night and watch football there. It's much more exciting.
Yeah, hello?
Yes, sir. I think we got you.
Okay, yeah. I feel accepted now. Michael K. has finally given me a nickname. I feel accepted. I think it's
What's the nickname?
Roberto, I guess.
Oh, Roberto. Let me see if I can mic you up a little bit.
I had to figure it out myself, but he didn't have the balls to tell me what it was. So, love you, honey. Anyway, I want to say one thing real quick. I was on board the tank, but listening to you this morning, you changed my mind 100%. So I agree with everything you said.
Well, I think, based on what I think you said, that you were for the tank, and after listening to my monologue this morning, you've changed your mind.
That is correct, yes. I'm over here out of town, that's why.
Well, I'm glad to be of service. Now, come Monday morning, Shake, I could be right with y'all. You know what I mean? Like, because this is the last game before the bye week. And I do believe that Mike McDaniel is coaching for his job. But I just believe that if we're going to tank, like let's say if we lose horribly to the Patriots this week, and the tank is definitely obviously has to be in, then there is no reason to waste time. And you need to get that coach out of the building. Because what is he going to do? Is he going to save players? Is he going to be the one to choose who gets to stay here when he's the one that couldn't even, choose the right players in the first place? He'd have to be gone.
Before I go, hopefully I sound better, but maybe you can make out what I'm saying. But the Rams is a perfect illustration. Look, they have a bunch of third-round draft picks. They didn't have 20 top-tier picks, and they hit on their draft picks. So it's I got to believe in the old adage. It's not where you draft, it's who you draft.
Of course. I do want to point out. Now they started off a little better, obviously, but let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So those 2017 Jacksonville Jaguars that had Jalen Ramsey, Calais Campbell, and a really, really bad quarterback, Blake Bortles. That's the one that went to the AFC Championship game and lost to the Patriots. And they did that on stout defense all year long. In a paradigm where it wasn't quite as easy to do that. They started the season that year, the first 5 ball games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, first 6 ball games, they were 3-3. Yeah, you too, Shake. Appreciate that. Yeah, they started the year 3-3. If we get a win against the worst team in the NFL this week, we go on a bye, we come out of the bye and we get a win there, we're 3-3. And by the way, they opened the season beating the Houston Texans that year 29-7. Boy, I bet they thought they were rolling. It's our year. We got Jalen Ramsey, we got Calais Campbell, we got good running game, blah, blah, blah. It's our year. 29-7 they opened up against the Houston Texans. Then the very next week, they lost to the Tennessee Titans, 37-16. So, I mean, it's football. And when I say Dolphins football is back, we're in a situation like we always are, where it's like week to week, we're one game away from having a great season to the tank. And we don't have no idea what the outcome is going to be week to week. That sounds like Dolphins football, people. I don't know where y'all been for the past 30 years, but that sounds like Dolphins football to me. And I've seen a lot of great wins that I never thought we had a chance to win, especially during that Tannehill run. When we won like 9 games, or we went like 9-1 or something. game after game of sluggish starts and getting owned all day to a game-winning field goal where I'm just like, how the absolute heck did we win that game? Like, there is no explanation as to how we won that game. And it just kept happening week after week. Brian Flores, 1-7. He goes into the locker room and he says, we're gonna start playing a different brand of football. And they come out and start rattling off wins, and every week it was the same thing. We're starting off sluggish, just like always, terrible offense, and just how the hell did we win that ball game? I mean, there's got to be at some point where everybody finds out in a season, okay, it's not going to be easy for us. And some teams even find out it's going to be the hardest it can possibly be, even with a good team built. Doesn't always go right. Hey, and you know what? Sometimes it doesn't go right for a lot of games in a row. Our team has a lot to work out. We found that out even with Tua in the game. The first couple games of the season, the last few games of last season. We got a lot to figure out because teams have figured us out. We got to bring something else to the table. And if we don't, then we need to step up our game. We need to step up the details. That gets me to a video that Kurt Warner posted yesterday. You know, the great Kurt Warner. Everybody's favorite Kurt Warner. Tua's favorite Kurt Warner. And I learned something about Kurt yesterday. Kurt Warner's a genuine human being. Because for anybody that thought that Kurt Warner had some kind of agenda, payola, some kind of motivation to prop up Tua or to point out plays for us where Tua did a great job and brought something to the table and all that, and all the Tuaneers, oh, look what Kurt Warner said. Where were you all yesterday? He is fair, CB83. I'm glad you said that. Where was everybody retweeting Kurt Warner yesterday saying, look, Dolphin fans, look what Kurt Warner said. It's not all bad. It's not all over. We can do things to fix some things and still win, even with Huntley. Where's all those people retweeting his video yesterday, breaking down a play that shows that, guess what? And this is a statement I was going to make earlier. I forgot to make, got sidetracked. That's going to shock the world. It's going to tell you're all going to start spamming the chat. Culler is an idiot. Guess what? When Mike McDaniel said at his presser that we watched yesterday that the guys that are rated at 90 need to be 95s and 98s when the backup is in. Waddle said the same thing right after the game. The fans, however, went out and said, exactly what we thought. Tyler Huntley's trash. It's all his fault. He couldn't get out of his own way. He missed these 3 throws, which he did. But you know what? Tyler Huntley was the smartest football player on that field the other night. That's the statement. Clip it. Tweet it all over. Culler said it. Tyler Huntley was the smartest football player on that team the other night. So when McDaniel says, we watched the tape, the guys are really encouraged. To continue to work with Huntley. Which is why he chose him to start this week. Without even any smoke and mirrors, none of that. Just came right out. Nope, Huntley's the guy this week. We saw enough on tape, and the guys are encouraged and feel confident and want to continue to work with him. And the tape, the play that Kurt Warner broke down yesterday is one piece of evidence of that correlates with that. And I encourage you to go watch it. I'd love to show it to you. But we can't, we obviously don't understand how to get by the copyrights for Fair Use Act. So if you want to hear my explanation, relaying what Kurt said, it's easier to just watch the Kurt Warner video. I would love to be able to tell you where to find it, but unfortunately the Two and Ears didn't spam that one all over Twitter. What do you know? Half of y'all didn't even know about it. I bet you if Kurt Warner put out a video yesterday talking about showing you a play where Tua was great, I bet you every one of you would have saw it. Whether you wanted to or not, the Two and Ears would have made sure you saw it. But for some reason, when Kurt Warner is explaining something on a play that absolves Tyler Huntley of responsibility for the failure on that play, crickets are chirping. I literally hear crickets outside. So yesterday, Pete was doing all 22 film breakdown like he always does. We all love it. Whether you agree with him or not, it's fun to watch. It's definitely entertaining. And when I joined, when I got it, pulled it up on YouTube, he happened to have gotten to the point in the breakdown where he had that very play frozen on the screen that Kurt Warner broke down. So I went in guns a-blazing. Go listen to it. Only 30 people heard it. No offense to Pete, but, I was glad to finally get a chance on a platform that isn't concerned with copyright strikes per se, to be able to tell you all about this Kurt Warner breakdown. And I basically just kind of emulated and relayed what Kurt said on the play. And it's a shame that only 30 people heard it, because everybody thinks Pete, what they think about Pete, and whatever else. Well, I'm here to tell you all. I've got 112 of you watching across all platforms. Appreciate you. Make sure you're coming over to hit the like button on YouTube and subscribing to our channel. That would be really awesome. So I've got 110 people watching right now to hear me say it. Pete didn't have that. So I'm here to say it right now. Tyler Huntley was the smartest player on that team Monday night. Clip it. We're supposed to have Jalen Waddle. We're supposed to have the greatest wide receiver that's going to be forever. We've got Tua's buddy. We've got the greatest, fastest wide receiver to follow up Tyreek that's ever been known to man. I'd rather have Amari Cooper. So we're talking about tanking. Gone. Or are we not talking about tanking? And we love Jalen Waddle again. Which is it? Everybody let me know in the chat. Well, that's the point I'm trying to make, Carlos. You're nailing it. Let me pull that up real quick. It says we aren't trying to tank. We will by default. What makes you think Tua is going to win games? The tank is happening. And you're spot on with that comment, Carlos. That's why everybody's out. But they shouldn't be because Tua is the left hand of God. And the further point is that this team and this organization is going to make sure we win a couple games with Tua. Bet that. They already have proven to be able to do it. And yes, it'll collapse in the end like it does every year because Tua's not the guy. He's going to get his 4 wins. He's going to get his 4 or 5. How is that tanking? That's no different than trying to win and not being able to, and ending up with 8 wins. We're not tanking. I mean, we may be trying or not trying, but it's not happening. We are not ending this season with 1 win. And the Jags still have 0. You can say we're tanking. You can call, and not you, Carlos, anybody can call me delirious or delusional. I'm not saying we're that we're going to win this year. I'm just saying we're not tanking. The tank is not going to happen, even if we tried. We'll fall into a win. We're good at that. Return question. What's the most games we can win and stay a top 5 pick? I would say maybe 3. But the point again is we have a top 5 pick. Top 5 ain't good enough to this fan base. It has to be the first overall because that's the only one the fan base will see as somebody that's ready to go. Top 5 ain't good enough. We have top 5. And maybe it's good enough for another team. But what we do in Miami and what we're trying to do, top 5 ain't good enough. First overall might not even be good enough. What we need is proven. We need proven stability. We don't need proven elite. We need proven stable. And we can win. And if I'm wrong, then we'll lose this week. Because if I'm right, then Mike McDaniel is worth his weight, and we're going to get a dub this week. Because the tape shows that Tyler Huntley is completely competent enough if our team tightens their ass up. And that's what the film shows from last week. No, Tyler Huntley's not that guy. And you know what? The few passes that were off, the dude's been in the building 9 days. And that doesn't mean that's an excuse. He's an NFL quarterback. What it means is if it keeps going, you say something about it. But when you look at the overall performance and what he was doing to save our chances to keep competing all night, trust me, it could have been a lot worse. Trust me. If Tyler Huntley was not as intelligent a quarterback as he is, you'd have seen a pick six at least once Monday night. You've got content creators out there, and I haven't watched any of the. I don't even know if anybody's done all 22. It's funny how all of a sudden nobody wants to do all 22. Oh, it might tell you something you don't want to see. Finn's rule, that's part of it. Dropping, okay? But that really wasn't even like our hugest problem, as it traditionally has been with our backups being in the game. That wasn't even the worst of it. The worst was the lack of details, the lack of attention to detail. That's the worst of it, because a lack of attention to detail is going to lose for Tua as well. When Kurt Warner broke down that play, the first thing that jumped out at me was lack of attention to detail. The second thing that jumped out at me was, man, if Kurt Warner wasn't explaining all this right here, and I was a novice film watcher, like most of the YouTube creators are, despite what image they've created for themselves, I would have said that there was two guys wide open right there for Huntley to throw to. But if you listen to Kurt Warner's breakdown, you realize that Huntley was being smart. And if he'd have thrown to one of those guys, namely the running back in the flat, I would have been watching a Tennessee Titan celebrate in my own end zone. Tyler Huntley was the smartest football player on that field Monday night. And he saved it from looking 10 times worse. You know, so when McDaniel blows sunshine up our rears and says, oh, we're going to fix stuff, and, oh, I like a little of what I saw on tape. Yo, you can call it that, but it ain't no more sunshine than what he says about Tua. Yeah, that's true, CB83. Again, the guys that have been there for the last 3 years, it's more incumbent upon them to be better. I'm not saying Huntley don't have to continue to get better as he spends more time with the guys and in the building. But this idea that it's all implosion, that nothing can get better, when we only got three, I mean, we're 1-3, 2 dubs, and we're 3-3. It might be something as simple as taking an inside track on a defender instead of an outside track to get where you need to go because of what it forces the defender to do. Or it might be something as simple, you got what people discount is when you're looking at film, okay, and you see a guy in a certain spot, you have to take into consideration that when you're down on the field, those distances are a lot shorter than they look from the blimp. Then you've got NFL caliber defenders that can cover those distances. One guy can actually have two guys covered from the perspective of the quarterback. And hallelujah that Tyler Huntley didn't decide to throw some footballs that he could have thrown, because we would have been watching their defense celebrate in the end zone. There's a reason he only had 18 attempts. Because it simply wasn't there. On one play, it's because the team ain't there for him. On another play, it's because Tyler ain't there yet, having just got in the building. That stuff is going to take time. And I'm sorry if you think that we can't get it done, or you think it's too late for that, then you should have been talking about the tank the moment Tua was fencing on the field. I don't know why it took 2 games for all of a sudden everybody to decide we can't win. We couldn't win with Tua in. It was going to have to be fixed or blown up. If you don't think we can fix it, then just say McDaniel is trash, we can't fix it, and he needs to be fired. Just say that. Jermaine, I'm talking about from the perspective of people that are talking about tanking. I'm not talking about whether I thought we could fix things and win or not. What I'm saying is nothing has been different the first 4 ball games of the season, no matter who's been in it quarterback. You've still had Waddle not paying attention to detail. You still had Tyreek not paying attention to detail. You still have offensive linemen not paying attention to detail. Running backs not paying attention to detail. The details matter. And that's all we're missing. The details are what allow for execution. Or as McDaniel would call it, executive activity. It's not over yet. In some of y'all's minds, it's over. The tank is in. Gonna talk draft. Fine. Season's not over. And even when it's all said and done and we can't get anywhere, the season's still not over. The draft ain't here until the off season. Because what we need to be talking about, even if we are tanking, what we need to be talking about is how to win at football the rest of the season with the guys that we plan on keeping, the guys that are going to lose purposely the rest of the year. We need to watch those guys and how they play football. And we need to be evaluating that. We don't need to be talking about Shadir Sanders. We can watch him every Saturday if you want. This season ain't over. I'm not here to talk about a bunch of guys that are playing on college teams right now on Saturday. This is not a college football station or show. We have those at the Fins tailgate. We're going to have them, but this is not a college football show. And the great opportunity is, if you are tanking, the great opportunity to sit there and watch real football being played, because that's all you have left. When you don't have a bunch of superstars on your team and the tank is in, and you're trying to call a game and talk to people about how to win a football game, it's a lot easier to see what needs to be done going forward. So I look forward to that. That's not talking draft. That's not covering a tank. That's saying, hey, if we're going to lose every game, we're going to lose for reasons. We're not going to just quit. And that way, this audience knows when the draft does come up firmly where we're at and what we need to draft. And we don't have a bunch of other people like beat writers and content creators telling y'all what we need to draft. You can decide for yourself, because you're going to follow Culler all the way through this season, and we're going to watch football. And if we're tanking as an organization, we're still going to watch football. And we're going to talk about football. And we're going to say, hey, we needed to do X, Y, and Z to win this game. We didn't. The reason we didn't is because we have inferior players. Okay? Well, if we needed to do X, Y, and Z, which players do we need to do X, Y, and Z? And it'll become very clear what this team needs, player-wise. You won't even have to guess, because you'll know by then what it takes to win an NFL football game. And if we burn the tank by getting 5 wins on the way, I'm going to be laughing my ass off. I hope we ruin the tank so y'all can learn your lesson once again. Losers tank. Losers are the only ones that have the ability to tank. It's what it takes to tank. Is it not? You can't tank by winning, right? So if you're okay with building a team that way, and you think that's the only way, and everybody does it, and everybody has to do it that way, well, guess what? You're a loser. You have a loser mentality. I'd rather lose every single ball game knowing that everybody on my team was playing football to play football. I'd rather lose every game knowing that than win 17 full of flash and lacking any substance, just to lose to a team that has it. I don't care if it's Chris Greer. I don't care if it's the next GM. I don't care if it's the next coach that's acting as a GM. But we're going to find out what type of team we need to win in the NFL. We're going to find it out by losing a lot of ball games. We're going to find out by making a lot of mistakes in very crucial situations. It's going to look like we purposely didn't perform there because the tank is in. But we're going to find out what it takes to win a National Football League football game. And y'all are going to remember it. You're going to have it burned and seared into your brain so that none of these people can come along and tell you what you see. We're going to watch it together. I'm not going to tell you all what you're seeing. We're going to watch it together. We're going to follow this whole season just like we do every single season here. And if it's not Dubs, it's not Dubs. I'm still a Dolphin fan. I'm still a fan of winning. And if that means we're going to get 5 wins for the next 10 years because we refuse to tank, I'm here for it. We're going to learn one way or another. As an organization, as a team, as a fan base, we're all going to learn it one way or another, or we're never going to win again. And I'm here for it. I've been here for it my entire life. I sat in that stadium while everybody held Tank for Tua signs all around me. And I hoped for a win. And I wanted to prove everybody, nah, an inferior team can overcome the fans' desires to tank. Good coaching can overcome the fans' desires to tank. See, that's what Brian Flores knows. That's what champions know. Hoisting that trophy above your head don't make you a champion. A champion would never dare to think about losing on purpose or not caring about winning. A champion doesn't go, "Welp, it's impossible, so might as well do the best for ourselves, cut our losses." When have you ever heard a champion say, "I'm going to cut my losses"? I'm not talking about living to fight another day. I'm talking about, when have you heard a champion say, "I'm going to cut my losses"? I'll wait. Hit the like button. And I do want to welcome Crypto team member into the chat. Everybody say good morning to Crypto. Tell him to turn it up. Troy Ortiz asks, Culler, if in your opinion, why are we incapable of beating elite teams, especially Buffalo? We're not incapable. We just haven't done it. Attention to detail. We like to visualize losses around here instead of visualizing wins. No, you're good, Michael K. It was an accident. Shake apologized to you already. It was an accident. Yeah, we're already in December form, Finn's rule, correct? Maybe that bodes well. I get what you're saying, CCRR. But that's coaching. He's coaching. And you may say, well, it's not the time and place for that. But when the team dictates it's the time and place for that, then it's the time and place for that. If he can't trust them to execute what he considers to be a simple play that they practice week in and week out, then they're going to run it until they do. Yes, you have to stop the season at that moment and get it right. Because if you don't, The season's done anyway. He's trying to get the team to understand that attention to detail and execution is the most important part. If they're not executing, he's gonna coach. Even if it's in the middle of a season, in the middle of a game that we need to win. He's actually getting me back on his side until this presser. I mean, because this one is terrible. This is just, it's like, Mike, man, take a no-dose or something. Because then he goes right back to these habits of saying things that's like, oh, dude. I do see that as like a problem, but it's a problem that's systemic. Because he's been kicking the can down the curb for 3 years. And so, yeah, Mike McDaniel, it's too little too late. You could say that, CCRR. But what we saw the other night was pure coaching. Oh, I got you. Yeah, but ultimately, Red, White, and Bills, somebody has to do it. If it ain't Mike McDaniel, then who's it going to be? The next guy? And then and he tries to get in and instill that philosophy before the games, and he gets ran out of town for being a bully. See, McDaniel, I suspect, was brought in because of the fact that he's this happy-go-lucky guy, player-friendly, and without them knowing it, he's sticking it to them. He's saying, look, we can't win. If y'all want to keep doing this, I'll do it, but guess what? This is what you get. So now we're going to run this play until you get it right. I'm the coach. I mean, they have to respect him too. He came in and offered them respect to allow them their space and not be so overbearing and whatever else the little babies wanted. And now they have to reciprocate that respect. And I think he's had enough of it. It's his own fault, but he's smelling his own stink. And that's the first step to actually recognizing a problem and working towards changing it. You have to identify it. He's a problem solver. He tells you that on a daily basis. He's a troubleshooter. It took him 3 years to identify the problem. The problem is execution. Now, whether he should have taken him 3 years to figure that out, that obviously not. But now that he's realizing that the whole world is coming down on him and that the owner was serious when he told the public that it was his responsibility, and that no matter what winking and nodding they did behind the scenes, Ross is going to hold him responsible. And he's feeling that now. And he's waking up and realizing this has never been my gig. And now he wants to assert himself and make it his gig. And obviously, there's going to be some negative reaction from the players, from the fans. There's going to be negative results on the football field. And we're going to be exactly where we're at. So he has nothing left to rely on but raw coaching. That's what he was taught to do. He's saying, hey, if we're going to go out learning how to play football. And I'm all here for it. That's what I mean. Dolphins football is back, baby. Fingernail biting, field goal kicking, good old Miami Dolphins. Heart attack, Hollywood. Wouldn't have it any other way. I'm a Dolphins fan. I wouldn't have it any other way. So I say let's get it the hell on and beat the New England Patriots this week. Yeah, that's what I say. Fuck the tank. Let's get into a little of this presser. I'm going to have to go like 1.5 speed today. This is some really, really, really dragging stuff. There's enough of it about the game coming up and all that we got to go through it. But God, this is so terrible. Oh, this is the worst that I've seen yet out of him. Like, as far as what we all don't like about his press conferences. He's not, I mean, the words are good and all that, but it's just vintage Mike McDaniel. So let's get into this thing. Look, no splash screen today whatsoever. So they do listen to my show because now there is no splash screen whatsoever. Look at this. None. Zero. Comes right into Mike McDaniel. That's funny. Now I got to refresh the page.
You can have scars or you can have lessons. And
we have scars and we have
I think,
lessons and we have all this and that and the other except the football team. All right. There we go. Now look at that. No splash screen. Yeah, 2-speed is a little fast for even me, Joe Levesque. I can't keep up with 2-speed. I tried it yesterday. It was even too much for me. We'll see how it goes, though.
I'm sure we'll get to the pressing news of Jalen Phillips now shortly, but just a quick thing with regard to Odell. It was nice he was a full participant. If you had practiced fully according to the injury report, does that suggest that he will be ready to play Sunday for you if he has no setback in the next couple of days?
You know, the
question was whether Odell is going to be ready to play this Sunday.
It's one day that we saw him in a walkthrough setting. Tomorrow will be his first full speed action, and we'll assess from there. You know, want to make sure people are ready when they're on when they go out on the football field. But he's been working very hard, not just to practice. So we'll see what tomorrow has in store.
And on Jalen, just how crushing is this? And for a young man, obviously, like him to have to go through this two years in a row, it's pretty depressing, huh?
I mean, it's not exciting at all. It's
he's talking about Jalen Phillips.
Yeah, especially when you watch someone work so hard to earn every rep, you know. Yeah, it's tough. And I think but Jalen is as he has continually impressed me since I've gotten to know him. He recognizes that this is in a contact sport, this is a contact injury, and he doesn't know the whys necessarily currently, but he's knows that he is not going to be worse, but going to be better for all those things. So I was very impressed with you don't try to forecast or how anyone's going to react to that, understanding that there has to be a multitude of emotions, but he's very positive and already working the process. And as football goes, you have to prepare numerous people to fill a role like that, and I know the guys have a lot of motivation to accept that challenge because it's a great one.
Jesus, I mean, I've got it at 1.5 speed. And as a pot smoker, it's still too slow for me. Hey, the bright side is, even at 1.5 speed, I can play a segment of it and still have enough time to take a bong hit. Like, I'm a pothead and it's still too slow for me. Like, get the dang answer out already, McDaniel. Jeez, not everything has to be like a philosophical answer. Sucks for him. That's all you could have said.
You guys had, it seems like a year's worth of adversity in a month. How do you not let this snowball and be able to get back to what this team was supposed to be?
There's a lot of people that have the appropriate intent, a lot of relationships that you have to, you really get to see, if things are what you think they are. And, it's the ultimate test of, a lot of things that you say that you believe. And, it does one of two things, it splinters people or brings them together. There's been, fortunately or unfortunately, this is not the first time in anybody that's been in NFL long enough that you don't start the way that you want to. And then you have things that you can't control that, there's distractions aplenty in this league. And, all sorts of different things that can get you worried about the wrong stuff. And you don't have anywhere to hide when you're losing. Like you.
Well said. He's basically calling out the team. That's what he's been doing the past week. He's saying right out flat out, I extended my an olive branch to the players as a quote unquote players coach. And when times are tough and adversity is happening and you don't start off the way you want to, you get to really find out just what people really are. Like, were you giving me lip service? Was this all, rah and no substance? Well, he's like, that's times like this is where you find that out about people, what you really have, what you are as a person, as a teammate. What does team really mean to you? What does being here in this organization really mean for you? And I think that's what he's actually finding out, was that this olive branch he extended when he walked into the building has not been returned to him by the team through their performance, through their work ethic. And now that adversity is struck, through their attitude and how they react to it. So yes, you're going to run that play until it's right. Nobody in their right mind would question Bill Belichick if they lost the game because he was running the same play 5 times because they wouldn't execute it. Nobody would question Bill Belichick for that. Now, I understand he comes with a lot of grace because they were consistent winners. But the point being is that you got to start from somewhere. You got to stop the bleeding. And if you're bleeding out because of lack of execution, then I'm sorry. Forget the game for right now. Forget the season. None of it matters anyway if you can't execute this goddamn play. For all we know, it's a play that opens up the entire playbook for McDaniel. We don't know that in that moment. We can guess. And I'm not saying it ain't all on him. Sure, he could just be incompetent. Well, we're going to find that out this week. There's enough mitigating circumstances last week that we just don't know yet. Well, this is it. You hit rock bottom. You got the guys saying they want to play for Huntley. Huntley's got more time in the building. You're playing the worst team in the NFL. You have to get a dub here, bro. This is your job, man. Or the job is going to get a lot tougher come Monday morning if you even still have it. And yes, I say it's your job, McDaniel, because you are the motivator. You are the one they rely on when they think they're executing, but shit ain't working. You're the one that they trust or don't trust. I mean, it is what it is. Prove it.
So that's the tonality of it. I don't hear much of I don't know, calculations of the bad things that have happened. I think guys are very, very intentionally trying to fix things that aren't up to our standard. So, you don't have time in this league. Everybody has their own stuff going on. Nobody cares about the trials and tribulations or the things that you have to overcome. The whole crux of it is whether it's early in the season or it's late in the season, you will have adversity, and sometimes it comes in bunches, sometimes it doesn't. But you get to find out. Guys get to see how truly what I believe in. I get to see how they respond to it, and ultimately you hope and you believe that you've invested in the right people. And I think the only way to prove that is daily attack of things that are uncomfortable, and whatever comes in our crosshairs, you just have to problem solve, because everybody's got their own problems. And
Yeah, you know what he figured out? He figured out that you actually can talk to people that way, Mike. What do you know? Good job. That's what he's saying. He's saying he's having to say things they don't want to hear, and he's finding out about their character, just like Flores did. There is no avoiding it. You have to be able to say no. Without being told you're a bully.
We're focused on trying to solve the New England Patriots problem. That we're trying to win a football game.
What was the specifics of that injury? And we just know from what he posted that it requires surgery and we got the year.
Yeah, so it's I guess what you could categorize as it was a contact injury, something that happened in the game. He went back in based upon the fact that he did no more further damage. They braced it up, and during the game he was all right. There was but it was you worry about injuries just in general, but particularly in guys that are coming back, and but contact injuries are unfortunately kind of the roll of the dice that kind of live outside any he was just it's really a shame, because he was you spend so much time getting yourself in a position to practice, and then that practice time is so minimized.
I think that they're intent on making sure we know it was a contact injury, because a contact injury absolves the training staff of not having his body right. So, for instance, if he comes back after the Achilles, blows an ACL, if it just happened from him running around and all that, then you can start to give the stink eye to the training staff, or even to his work regimen or whatever. But a contact injury means there's nothing he could do about it. It wasn't to do with any failure of his body. So they're pressing that really hard, because the fans have been coming down on the training staff lately. Because of our years of history of injury problems, derailing our season. So the fans are starting to get, look at the training staff with a cross eye, and they know that. So they're making it clear that was a contact injury.
Due to the fact that when you're healthy enough to practice, he's started in this league for a while. So, but but you're getting going. You know, he's a phenomenal player, so he's still able to impact the game in a great way. But I just know he was starting to get in rhythm. But that, you know, there's contact injuries that, you know, is a freak one at that, because, you know, it was probably the first time that I've had friendly fires, they say, Poyer and him having, I can't remember what quarter it was, but they both got injured on the play, aggressively trying to take down the ball carrier. So
I can't remember what quarter it was, because it didn't matter. I was trying to get my team to execute. Really don't matter what quarter it was. Doesn't matter if it was Thursday. You know, my agenda was to get the team to execute this damn play.
It was a partial that the medical experts needed to go fix, and beyond that, I'll leave that to Jalen to speak on more. But proud of him and how he's handling it, and how he's focused on the right things, because he's, you know, circumstance get tricky into you know, being in a pretty dark spot, but he's focused and hoping that you know, I just know that he's of the right mindset to come back with this and use it to his full advantage, as rough as it is right now.
Jalen didn't even say that much when he announced.
I have no idea if this correlates, but it looks like it was the same leg as his Achilles tear. It sounds like this was, though, just a result of contact, not necessarily.
Yes, that's what he just said.
No, for sure, the medical experts would have cleared him if it wasn't, but specifically a contact injury.
Beat writers,
you know,
don't help the situation at all.
Avoid a contact injury is if, you know, so like that to me, you know, I had there's when our doctors clear people to play, they don't take that lightly. So I'm always very confident, and, you know, I think that anytime you have a contact injury, those are kind of unrelated, more often than not.
Is it possible that by returning to play that you may have compounded the injury without even, obviously you never intended to do so, but is that possible?
No, again, that it's the contact part. Like, yeah, I guess because he came back, he did have contact, but that you're always, you know, just understanding rudimentary understanding of the body. You're that's why you have to be so deliberate and intentional with, you know, not talking timelines and things like that, because all of those things are built to you know, because that's non-negotiable to bring somebody back and cause, you know. So, you know, I think I've learned, I've trusted early with just the way they've handled all the players, and continually earned my trust, and so I don't think that was a factor at all. Just
yeah, Jersey, I think I'm pretty sure I've got that story already about the possible buyer for the Fins. I'm not sure. You could be talking about a buyer overall. That might be different. But there is a report that came out this morning that Ross is interested in selling another 10% of his holdings for just under $1 billion. And again, that's I was going to talk about it and bring it up, but at the same time, there's time for that. And secondly, there's not really a bunch of much information to garner from that, because when a billionaire sells off 10% of his holdings, that's what's called a you know, that they're trying to take profit. He's just trying to take some cash off the top, off his profit, you know, and reset. Basically, it's like with the 15% from a couple weeks ago, that 15%, the money he made off selling 15% was actually the original investment in the whole shebang. So he just did that to get back his original investment. Now this 10% is probably like, hey, I need a cool $1 billion to leverage this thing over here. You know what I mean? Yeah, Joe Tsai, they're talking about 10% of it on the Joe Tsai deal. But again, it's just without knowing. Now it's happened twice now in a very short period of time. It could be a case where he is selling the whole thing, but taking profit on his minority share first, like selling off his minority shares or his holdings, and then maybe the full sale. So it could be an indicator that's actually happening, that we are in the process of being sold. But for now, with just the report of 10%, we can only say for sure that it's at the very minimal, it's profit taking, which is something they usually do you know, a lot of times on Friday. I mean, if you talk about the small time guys, you know, the millionaires, not the billionaires, but if you talk about like the millionaire hedge fund guys, a lot of times on Friday there'll be a big sell off because they all want to take profit for the weekend. They basically want to go have fun with a bunch of their money on the weekend. You know what I mean? So a lot of times Fridays are good days to buy in the market because everybody's just taking profit that day for the weekend. But I think Ross is trying to maneuver a way where he can still sell the team, but still make mega bank off of it. You know, even as a minority holder or something, he wants to be involved in that F1. That F1 is really where the money's at. What's up, Jess? Good morning, or afternoon, I should say. Morning if you're like me. Of course, it's always morning in New Jersey, from what I hear. I'm just kidding. I'd never heard that. I just made that up. But good morning anyway, Jess. Good to see you around here. Everybody say hi to Jess. He comes over from the Twitter streets every now, more often lately, but every now and then. Make sure you're getting in the spaces over there to talk to her. She's a real cool person. I see Manolo coming in here. Yep, capital gains, basically. Yeah. And it could be because it's an election year. It could be, you know, where the timing is such that he has to pay less taxes on it, depending on what happens politically. You know, the billionaires also involve, you know, the current state of politics to make their decisions too. Obviously, there's taxes involved and all that. There's this idea of, you know, a possible new tax on unrealized gains if the election goes a certain way. You know what I mean? So they're all factoring all that in too. But currently, you can just say, hey, 10%. I needed $1 billion for something. You know. But man, it is getting more frequent and short, and you know, a lot less between. Like he just sold 15%. Now he wants to sell 10. So yeah, I mean, I think Ali came up with it. I'm on board with Ali right off the bat. I think we're in the process of selling this team. I think all the indicators are there. The way that when we talk about profit taking, like selling that 10%, there's another way that they profit take it. They basically set themselves up for a big golden parachute, and that golden parachute is coming by the way of increased season ticket sales prices, less perks for the fans, the fact that I couldn't even buy a yellow parking pass with my season tickets as a first time buyer. You know, just in general, the way they're running things looks like the prices of food at the stadium, the quality of it, all of it seems like they're trying to grab as much money as they can on the way out. They're fleecing us. And a lot of times when a company is fleecing its customers, it's an indicator that there's a huge sale about to happen, that ownership is going to change. Because that new owner can come in and be like, I'm lowering everything and I'm the greatest owner ever. Those people were terrible. They were ripping you off. Oh, yeah, that's a good point too, Von Joe. Von Joe says, hey, Culler, he could be selling it off into smaller chunks than making the majority shares more affordable and easier to purchase by someone or a group. Absolutely. That's, you know, that's well part of the whole calculus, you know what I mean, of, you know, in general, profit taking and stuff like that. Absolutely. I see Ali's in the chat. that didn't take long starting to talk about this possible sale. Ali's been on it. He made the first take. I'm right with him on it, carrying the flag, because I completely agree with him when we thought about it that night. You know what I mean? So he'll be following this closely. So stay tuned to the Finn's Tailgate and make sure you're hitting the notification bell. after subscribing to the channel, because you never know, Ali might pop in with something breaking on that, you know what I mean? But he's following it closely. He will be continuing to monitor the indicators of what's going on with Stephen Ross and the possible sale of our team. So stay tuned. And Ali, if you got anything to say quickly about it, sure, pop up anytime you want. I'm just going through this boring ass press conference from McDaniel, and we'll get back into that now. Now there might be brownies, Raphael. We'll have to see. As Aaron says, let me come smell the coffee and cup of conspiracies. They're not theories, though, S. Harris. They're conspiracy hypotheses. I'm not willing to put my name on theory. Anyway, let's get back to McDaniel.
Just because it
hit the like button first. Oh, notice I didn't have a poll today just because it's all been asked. I didn't know what to ask y'all this morning. So hit the like button instead. We're doing we got 52 likes, 73 of you watching on YouTube. We need about 20 more or so to make it even, but we want to hit 100. We got to hit 100. We missed our mark yesterday. We had 74 before the show ended. And we want to get 100 before we end it. That's the easiest thing you guys can do to help us out, help support the channel. And you could also donate. We're not afraid to take money from people. We just don't want to make it about that. But we certainly always could use the help. So hit the super chats, hit the Cash App link, or just like it. Hit the like button. And I appreciate every one of you for continuing along with me at the 2-hour mark. We only have 2 hours to go in this press conference. I'm kidding. I'm not going that long. But we'll get through this and talk a little bit about the Patriots, since Mike does, now that he's finally asked about our opponent for the first time, as you'll hear for the first time in 2 weeks.
If it was, if we had if it turned to flag football, that'd be, that's the only way to avoid it. It was a contact injury,
Contributions from several players. Now, can you speak to your faith in the rest of the edge rusher group, including a couple of rookies in John Robinson and Mo Camara?
They get to, collectively put forth a lot of work that they're absolutely positively, prepared for, the situation as it presented itself. There was a tremendous amount of gained reps to learn from and grow through, in training camp. And, the key thing is that you're not trying to, be Jalen Phillips and just one person be that. I think as we understand each other as a defense and how we utilize personnel, you adapt. And
well, you could get close. Where's Cameron Good? Is he still on the IR? He should be coming off pretty soon, right?
Strength in numbers. It's a collective step up, and it's kind of directly in relation to what the whole team is trying to do right now. With the just in the nature of what the team is working through right now. So it's not one person necessarily, but I'm confident in the collective because they've given me reason to be confident by their daily output.
A question about repercussions around here, Tyreek.
He's going to get into the Tyreek talk real quick. Before I let him. Where's that question? Jamie Reichart says, based on AP Ryan's comment, do you think the Dolphins can't fire McDaniel out of fear he can sue for being fired due to disability? If, and this is a big if, and I don't think Jamie thinks he is, but if he's having problems again, and I'm assuming problems again means falling off the bandwagon. And I do not want anybody to confuse me as saying I think that's what's going on, because I don't. And I think it's really not our business to talk about. It certainly isn't our business to pick on him about or make fun of him about. Not saying any of you are, but people on Twitter have, and it's disgusting. But to answer this question, in a respectful way without trying to insinuate anything, there is a valid point. And in order for that to happen, AP, Ryan, that's what would happen. They have like most companies, not just the NFL, most companies have outlets for people to get help. And it for, let's call it let's say it, substance abuse. Not saying that's what's going on. I would never put that on McDaniel. It's not my business. And, it's just not anything I want to bring in the ether. But to answer the question, every company has these programs. And if an employee goes and checks himself into one of those programs or their self, then yes, the company is hamstrung a little bit and cannot fire them for things like job performance and for having fallen off the bandwagon. It does become a situation, not like a disability, but in the same sense that they can't fire him for that until he worked because he's asked for help. He's gotten it for himself. You know what I mean? You're going into that program. They have to let that program play out before they can do anything about it legally. So that's a fair question to ask. If in fact, if there is a possibility that that's what's going on, then in fact the Dolphins could be hamstrung and would not be able to fire him. That is a question that is fair to contemplate. Yeah, I wouldn't. Not only am I sure of it, AP, I'm sure every single company in the world does. Look into your own. I bet they do. If it's a legit company where you're on the books and all that, look into your own company. I'm pretty sure not every company advertises it. Not every company tells their employees about it, but it's in the handbook somewhere. I bet that.
Reek had the ball that was a lateral. He didn't go after that aggressively. Julian Hill has had a lot of penalties. Anthony Walker has had a few on special teams. Without going into stuff that should stay within closed doors, do you guys talk to these players? I don't think they run sprints or anything, but do you show them video? What is the corrective action?
So the corrective action, it's when you're negatively affecting the team. My recourse is I think it's my duty as the head coach, for every player and coach involved in the thing to literally hit it straight between the eyes and talk about it in a team meeting. And most teams, guys, they want to be part of the solution, not the problem. And so that, but at the same time, we're all accountable, including, and first and foremost myself, for that's not good football. So you can't go backwards before play starts. You can't turn the ball over. We have an entire team meeting devoted to turnovers on a weekly basis.
Okay, fair enough, McDaniel. You can't start a play going backwards, but it doesn't help when you're designing plays that start 4 yards in the backfield, bro. You gotta, and I know he will because he said as much, but he has to take accountability for that too and fix it. That's every bit as much his failure as being bad football as the players. Give them a chance to get to the line of scrimmage. I mean, you're not doing him any favors. And Black Sheep asks, is this a narrative that's going around? Not going around, Black Sheep, but after the loss in Seattle, okay, he looked really dejected and disheveled. And people did actually go on Twitter and speculate that's why we're seeing the problems we are, because he's gone off the deep end. And I don't think it was fair, to be honest with you. But yes, it was going on. It's not now because everybody got corrected. People came out and were like, yo, stop. You know what I mean? But yeah, there was murmurings of it last week, but after the Seattle game. And so that's kind of why the question is out there. And if you apply it to the possibility of him being fired, or people that think he already should have been fired and wondering why he hasn't, there's where the question comes in. Could that be a possibility? if it were the case, then yes, that could be a possibility because I'm pretty sure the NFL has that program.
And the ownership of the ball and taking the ball away. So these are things that, in a competitive situation, you have, you can have scars or you can have lessons. And, I think the accountability and the
you could also have scars and lessons. That's usually the case. The scars come from the lessons.
The accountability that Tyreek Hill is exhibiting to his team. He didn't try to shy away from that. And I think the whole team learned something that, I thought, or you think, until it happens. And then you're like, okay, well, so if it's going to happen once, let's use that as, he can be the teacher, and let's not have anybody else, not learn from that mistake. You're trying to grow your team. Sometimes there's, and football isn't up to standard. You don't make it rosy.
Truisms, platitudes.
Tell it exactly like it is. That's what's owed to the whole team. And, when you're doing things that hurt the team, they should know the penalty.
Regarding the offense, I know you guys see a lot of 7-man fronts, a lot of 2 deep safeties. Is it as simple as just running the ball and getting them to bring a safety down? I know that they do things to discourage the run up front, but is it that simple?
No, you're trying to crack codes every week. The opponents get paid too, and they've collectively, with their coach and their executions of game plans, they've done a better job than we have. There's always adjustments. That is football. I'd like them to happen immediately, and I am not used to having the lack of offensive production that the players on the team, the fans, just everybody's not used to. So you try to problem solve, and that is a steadily evolving process. That's not just schematics, and it's not just players. That you find success when everyone is connected and the right solutions are being presented and the right things are being executed. So there's nowhere to hide, and it's not fun when you're not achieving. So the great news is you have opportunities to come together as a football team and focus on absolutely positively the only things that matter. In situations like these, if you want anything to change, that's the only thing that you can do. And so you want to see people go above and beyond in what their job responsibilities are, and not be complacent, because the second you're complacent with whoever you are, if it's not me, it's you, and that's the way we've kind of approached it. So, day by day.
That's all well and good, but what happens when all 53 players say it's not me, it's you? I mean, you're saying that you have a philosophy of blaming others. That's what that just told me. Listen again, people.
And not be complacent, because the second you're complacent with whoever you are, if it's not me, it's you, and that's the way we've kind of approached it. So, day by day.
Well, there you go. I mean, if you're working under this guy, you're loving life. I just go to work, and anytime I screw up, it's not me, it's you.
Day, rep by rep, there's no path of least resistance if you want to change the result.
What are the main 1 or 2 teaching points you need to emphasize to Tyler Huntley in order for him to run this offense as effectively as he needs to in case of starting?
Yeah, I think I would hate to think that the best execution of the offense in its entirety would be your first week running the offense. I think that it's having a standard and not getting defeated as you continue to learn and get the finer details. I think he's a professional, and there was a lot of things that were very impressive when you put into context the timeline, the language, and how he's able to do things that our guys are used to. Our guys, and then there's a lot of room for growth, and as well as getting to learn him, not just from soundless tape. That getting to coach him on something and then see how that hits his ear and see what he does with that coaching, patternizing some of the stuff he's comfortable with, all those things that you do, but you can't, there's no
well, this fickle ass fan base, McDaniel, expects you to have that done in 9 days, man, in case you didn't know.
substitute for time in this business when you're working at the position. So, the absolutely positively, did he learn a ton? And was this walkthrough today, or was the team orchestrated stuff today absolutely better than last week? Yes, it was. And I think he's sinking his teeth into trying to not just do but have ownership. And I think all the guys feel they need to do a better job around him, and he feels like he needs to do a better job. I feel like I need to do a better job, and I don't see another formula for a better product than everyone trying to do their jobs better.
I know we could ask a Patriots question.
No, neither do I. We're in agreement.
Well, we need like some sort of siren. This is the first opponent question that I will answer in 3 weeks, my friend.
I feel honored.
Do you hear that? 3 weeks. They haven't asked him about our upcoming opponent. Looks like he's just as frustrated with the beat writers as I am. Look at that freeze game right there. Look at that. He's looking him dead in the eye and be like, you know what? You're wrong. It wasn't 2 weeks. It's been 3 weeks since you've asked me a football question. About our opponent.
Just your biggest concern for any team like the New England Patriots on the road.
And look at him shaking. He really is. He's really tired of that. Look at this. Watch his body language when he answers this question.
He's sinking his teeth into trying to
watch when it comes
not just
up.
do but have ownership. And I think all the guys feel they need to do a better job around him.
It's really
and
triggers.
He feels
him.
like he needs to do a better job. I feel like I need to do a better job. And I don't see another formula for a better product than everyone trying to do their jobs better.
I know we could ask a Patriots question this week.
Cool. No. Okay, well, we need like some sort of siren. This is the first opponent question that I will answer in 3 weeks, my friend.
I feel honored. Just
now watch
your
him.
biggest
Watch
concern
him
for any team
shake.
like the New England Patriots on the road.
He
was
absolutely positively.
He was definitely triggered by that question. Or by the fact that they haven't asked him anything about the upcoming game in 3 weeks. He's definitely triggered.
It's a team that you're going to have to earn the victory, and they play a really cool style of ball that is physical and something.
And
that
I don't
think,
blame him.
You're going to have to go on the road and earn the win. You're going to have to earn the win. And right now, I wouldn't want it any other way. I think it's a division opponent that we know each other well, and I see the on tape growth in the game that they're and the players in offense, and I see the fundamentals and technique that consistently across the board that have made them a very good defense for a long time. And there's guys playing hard, very physical across the board, and they will compete, and you'll get their best. So
he watches all that and he says, "I want that. I like that."
I think it's a good opportunity for us because the only way you're getting it, there's gonna be no gifts. There's the only gift I'll be giving, or the only gift in my household is for my daughter, who's 4 years old today, by the way. Shout out.
By the way, did you hear that? I just heard when I was listening this morning, I realized, wait a minute, today is the 3rd of October. This press conference was given yesterday. Mike McDaniel's daughter shares the same birthday as my sister and Lewis. Shout out to Lewis. Hope you had a happy birthday yesterday. Mike McDaniel's daughter has the same birthday as Lewis. If you're listening, Lewis, I didn't know if you saw that or not, or caught that or knew that already, but yeah, there you go.
Ayla. Thank you for her. But she's excited about it as well. She wants to see Dad's team compete and earn a win. So we have a lot of work to do in the meantime, but it's definitely gonna be a challenge. It'll be fun.
Oh, it'll definitely be a challenge. I think it'll be fun. I don't think you're going to get agreement out of the rest of the fan base, but we'll see. So there you go. That's the current mood of our coach. That's the current state of the team going into New England this week. They don't believe they're done. I'm not saying in their heart of hearts they don't believe that. I'm saying that what they're presenting to us is that this season is not over. And I was listening to Joe Rose's podcast from yesterday. And he was quite perturbed by the idea that we're tanking. He doesn't believe it's even possible to. Because the media, him, as well as everybody else, has been fed a narrative. And they've been forced to run with a narrative. And that narrative hasn't quit. Tua is coming back. Tua will be playing against the Arizona Cardinals. Whether you believe in Tua or not, which I don't, there is no way that he doesn't win a couple ball games. As long as there's not a directive to purposely lose this week, it's very hard for us not to win this week. We are not tanking. You may think we should. You may think that they're lying to us and whatever else. Fine. But in their minds, in that coach's mind, this season is not over. In Tua's mind, this season is not over. So we're going to have to find a way to keep building this thing. There's no savior coming from the draft. There's no first round pick or first overall pick that's going to come in here and change anything anytime soon. There's no special coach out there that's coming in to ride on a painted horse and save the day. We are what we are. We built this team. We have what we have. And if that means mediocrity for the rest of the time, then that's what it means. Because nothing's going to change because you get a first overall pick. That's not a formula for, guaranteeing a winner. And I mean, tell that to Washington. Who's Washington? What have they won? A couple games? I mean, are you really going to argue with me that we should tank? Okay, loser. Let's tank. I don't recall anybody picking Washington to win the Super Bowl this year. I don't care how good they've been doing the past couple of weeks. You know who else you could tell it to? The Miami Dolphins. In case you didn't know, we just tanked. We're going to do it every 4 years for the rest of time? Until what? A quarterback falls out of the sky? Well, guess what? That's going to happen whether we tank or not. Yep, we're going to be 1-5. That's right. We're 1-3. Soon to be 1-5. That's right. And 2 is trash. And always was. And we were always going to be 1-5 this year. We were tanking the moment we drafted Tua. How about that? Does that hurt your ears? Does that make you feel real encouraged? Does that does that make you, is that remoralizing to you? Or are you just one of those sick people that have to walk around and demoralize everybody in their life because your life is so sad? I thought we were only winning because of the team. You all Tua haters came out for the last 3 years telling everybody, and me right along with you, that we get wins because of the team. We beat the Patriots the first time Tua played him because Xavier Howard ended the game. We talk about we won against Jacksonville the first game of the season because of a Javon Hall or because of a Javon Hall and punch out. Oh, we'd be 0-4 right now if it wasn't for one fumble. Well, guess what? That fumble happened, and it was our team that produced it. If that game becomes our tiebreaker, if that game becomes the game that we get into the playoffs because we won that game, how's that fumble look now? You win with your team. Or was that all just lip service? A quarterback needs a team. Wins and losses is a team stat. Or is that just lip service to make yourself look cool that week? Or to excuse Tua for that week? I don't need you to sit here and reel off stats to me about how many touchdown passes we've thrown since Tua got hurt. We have 7 touchdowns in the last 6 games. That's the stat. And they weren't all touchdown passes. So now ask yourself, how many touchdown passes has Tua thrown in the last 6 games? Should we look it up? Just wondering, should we look it up? Let's find out. I'm about sick of this freaking nonsense. Stupid ass narratives. Let's look it up right now. Because all I hear is, oh, we were getting touchdowns when Tua was here. Oh, that was a rushing touchdown for that guy. Oh. Tua has 2 touchdowns on the year. Passes. Two. Let's see. 3, 4. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess, yeah. 7. No. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2. Yep. 6 games. Yep. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of the 7 touchdowns we've scored in the last 6 games, 4 of them were in the air. So are you just gonna take all the credit away from Achane or whatever running back scored the other touchdown, the other 3 touchdowns? Four touchdowns in the last 6 games Tua is accounted for. 2 of the games he hasn't played. Fine. Look at it like this. We've scored 6 touchdowns in the last 24 quarters. That's a touchdown for every 4 quarters. That's 1 touchdown per game for the last 24 quarters. That's 6 games. $22 quarters. I'm sorry. And the 7th came in the second quarter against Buffalo last year. 6 touchdowns in 24 quarters. Do you know how many quarters of those quarters were not played by Tua? 8. 8 out of those 24 quarters were not played by Tua. That means 16 were. It's actually more like, 16. But you think that we have hope when Tua gets back. That's okay. I'm with you. Because I'm not a tanky. See, I know that the team is required to actually score touchdowns. And ain't nothing changed. If they ain't going to be here for Tua, they ain't going to be here for nobody. And until that gets fixed, ain't nothing changing. Yeah, that's right. They're backups. Our backups have no touchdowns in 8 quarters. That's right. 8 quarters, not 12. You like, just like everything, every other two in here, you like to ignore the first 2 games of the season. Our backups have only played 8 quarters of football. 3 for Skyler, 1 for Boyle, and 4 for Huntley. That's 8 quarters. They haven't scored a touchdown in 8 quarters, passing. That's right. They're backups. That's right. The team has not scored but 1 touchdown in 8 quarters. That's right. We've scored 3 touchdowns. Or is it 4? Yeah, 4 in 16 quarters. The trend, the trend is actually the same as it is in the last 24. We're scoring 1 touchdown per game. Now, you can say we've been figured out. You can say whatever. It's the quarterback. You can say whatever you want. Nothing's changing till the team starts executing. That's the sight that everybody lost sight of. It has been lip service that the team has anything to do with it. These people actually believe Tua is the guy. And all we're finding out right now is that we've never been a team. What do you think McDaniel just said? It's this kind of stuff that lets you know what people are really about. Aquavision, I'm ready to have that conversation. Absolutely am. But I'm not going to be ridiculed for it. So we got to get all of this out of the way, Aqua. And when more people like you start saying that, then we know we can shift the conversation and we're back on this bandwagon. I'm not going to talk how we can get back on track to a bunch of people that don't want to get back on track. I'm sorry, I don't. It's boring. It makes me feel like an idiot. Because right now, there's no way to know how we can get back on track. How you get back on track is what we saw last week. You run a damn play until they freaking get it right. Nothing else matters. It opens the entire playbook. If he can't trust that they can execute, what play is he supposed to call? He might as well be closing his eyes and throwing shit at the wall. I don't answer. I got game, just so you know. I don't answer lies. Okay. So go do your research, come back, reformulate your question, because I don't know what you're talking about. That offensive line doesn't exist in Miami. That's a lie. And I don't answer lies. Go check your facts. You know, those are those little inconvenient things for two and ears. They're called facts. And while you're at it, you can go back to Alabama because the Hurricanes are about to whoop y'all's ass. This ain't the Alabama Invitational. It's the National Football League. I believe, you know what? I got game. I think whatever you expect me to think because it don't really matter if I tell you what I think because you already know what it is. So move on. All you're going to do is hear what you want to hear anyway. Because you can't see through your own sycophancy. Yeah, I'm all for it. Bring the God back. Our offensive line is so terrible. Our backup quarterbacks are so terrible. Oh my God, what was Greer thinking? You know, our running backs are running all over the place for no reason, putting up all these big numbers like 2.1 yards per game. And, you know, can't pick up 2 yards for a first down in 2 plays. Can't run out of clock when you've got a 2-score lead. It don't matter, Jose, because if Alabama is that team, then they're gonna face them in the playoffs, or they're gonna face them in the national championship game. It don't matter. They're gonna face us. See, and lo-fi, I understand where you're coming from, but that's been the mistake that we all think the whole time. Mike McDaniel is not changing his scheme. He might change some wrinkles based on the ability of the quarterback of the day, but we are not changing our east-west action. This is a West Coast offense. The offense is not changing. It's just not. That play that Kurt Warner broke down, that Huntley got sacked on because there was nobody to throw to. That was a standard West Coast play. If it was such a special scheme or special play or anything that was beyond the wheel, Kurt Warner wouldn't have been able to break it down. You know, it just is what it is. The players have to execute. I'm not absolving Mike McDaniel of his responsibility and all of his responsibilities to get them prepared and motivate them and all that. And that's ultimately where his responsibility will lie if they don't, execute. But it is not because of the system. Right. He has to coach the team. Coaching a team is not changing the plays. Coaching a team is not changing the scheme. Coaching a team is saying to them, get your ass back out there, run the same play until it works. Coaching is not worrying about what the fans say, not worrying about a season that's worthless if you can't execute this play. He's here now. He's our coach now. Not everything he does is foolish. Not every play he calls is anything special. We have to be able to execute any coach's play. Else, how can we judge the coach besides things like motivation and preparation and things like that? Those are the only things we can judge him on until the players are playing, until they're executing what he intends to do. If it's physically impossible for them to execute, then he chose the wrong players. Blame him for that. But how are you supposed to know all that? Just by a name. How is Waddle supposed to know that it's better to shimmy to the inside here instead of the outside of the defender? And you think Huntley's going to come in here, throw a pick six? Given how fickle this fan base is, I'm surprised he even had the courage to throw the ball at all. That's right, Jose. Only reps can fix that. When an offensive lineman gets blown up on a play or Waddle doesn't pay attention to detail on his route and the play fails, we're going to run it again. Because they've been failing with Tua as well. So if Tua is really going to come back, and that's what they're expecting, McDaniel has to get this right. The wins and losses be damned for right now. And when the players understand that, and it finally, the light bulb goes off in their head about that fact, that's when we're going to start seeing execution again. That's when we're going to be back on the rails. That's when we're going to have a chance to say, we're a good team. We can beat all the bad teams. Now let's go face Buffalo again and try again. Until then, none of it matters. If you can't isolate one play and make sure that gets executed against a team like the Tennessee Titans, then who are you supposed to do it against? Yeah, that means you lost to a bad team. Okay. But if that loss to a bad team translates to a big win against a good team down the road, who's going to be complaining? We're 1-3. We're not 1-7. We might be. And if we are, we'll cross that hurdle when it comes. But projecting that we're not going to be able to fix anything and we're not going to be able to turn it around for more than 9 wins or 5 wins or whatever you think, and it's going to ruin the tank, and we better do it now and just make the decision now, well, you're a loser. And I don't know what to tell you. You have a loser mentality. And you're always going to have that mentality. Say we tank. We get a first round pick, first overall pick. Things are looking good. We're winning a few ball games, close games. And then we get destroyed. You're going to call for the tank again? We've built this entire team, and I find it hard to believe that all 53 guys are worthless. They're just not playing good football. And if they can't start playing good football, then we determine that they were worthless. This is the same group of guys, at least on offense for the most part, that put 70 points on an NFL defense last year. Even if you account for 40 points because Denver is trash, that's still a 30-point ball game, which is enough to win any game in the NFL. We've just simply are not executing. And when you say, why can't we beat the good teams? Because when we face the good teams, we don't execute. Whether it's because we're not physical enough to, because we're not hard enough to, whatever the reason, we don't execute against the good teams. And now for the last 8 ball games, we haven't executed at all against any team. But make no mistake, the problem is execution. It's not the system. It's not the scheme. It's not the player. It's the team not executing. Tyler Huntley, Tua, Skyler, Boyle, none of these guys have anything to do with a running play that's not executed properly. None of them. None of them have anything to do with the problems that they all find and have in finding open receivers. It manifests a different way for each quarterback. but they all equally have their own problems. They're different problems, but they all are equal, including Tua. They all require this team to execute. That's it, folks. If you want to know how we can turn it around, thank you for the question, Aqua. That's how. McDaniel just answered it for the past 3 days. There's no secret sauce. There's no pill. There's no cure. There is only execution. There is only continuing to grind and execute. And if that loses his job, then so be it. I don't think it's right, but so be it. But I, as a fan, am going to wait for that to play out and see what happens before I start talking like a loser. Just to make myself sound smart. Just to make myself sound like I'm above the fray and I know what's going on with this team and what trajectory we're on and what we have to do. And it's such a lazy take. It's like, hey, just blow it up and tank. It's all worthless now. Can't you see we can't execute anything? Are you blind, Culler? Are you a fool? I guess I am a fool. I started to ask that question a few weeks ago, and I'm starting to realize that I may, in fact, just be a fool. And I apologize to you all for that, because that's failing you. I mean, tell me what you want, everybody. You want to tank? You want to talk about the draft? You want to talk about, I mean, because everything we talk about gets thrown right out the window as soon as we accidentally win a ball game. Everything we would talk about would go right out the window if Jacksonville doesn't win a ball game. I mean, they don't have any wins. They don't like their quarterback. They're in a pickle too. They spent a lot of money on what turns out is going to turn out to be a transition quarterback. You don't think they want Cam Ward? You don't think they want Shadir Sanders? You don't think they want all these other guys? Oh, wait a minute. They just drafted Trevor Lawrence. Of course they want one of those guys. Oh, wow. That's now their second attempt. Right along with us. The Patriots drafted 2 quarterbacks last year. And everybody's all on Drake May. When's he going to see this field? He's the guy. We don't know that. Patriots could very well draft another quarterback next year. Keep the train rolling till we find Brady. Worked for them the last time. You don't think Dallas is going to be in the market pretty soon? I know they just paid Dak. But it's not like they're not the accident waiting to happen. Carolina. Wow, they're on their second attempt too. I just don't understand why people are so scared to end the season with 5 to 8 wins drafting in the middle of the draft. I don't know why people are so scared of that. Because anybody that you were going to get in the draft is no different and less proven than the list of quarterbacks that Barry Jackson put out there as potential free agents next year. I said this from when we talking about the Tua contract and all that. All these guys and these second year guys that didn't work out as a first round draft pick for their team, all of these guys are going to be available. All of these guys that we missed on and didn't get a chance to get. You know, the whole list of every quarterback out there but Tua that we all said was trash. You know, like the one that's undefeated right now in Minnesota. That one in particular. Even I said he was trash. How about 45-20 Jimmy Garoppolo? 4-2 in the playoffs. You think he is more proven than what we could get in the draft? Mudbone. Oh, I'm so glad you said that, Mudbone. Mudbone says, fix that play in practice. Go to your bread and butter to keep the drive going. You are so spot on, Mudbone. Here's the problem. Not with the statement, but here's the issue. What if that play is our bread and butter? That's what I'm trying to say. That play may be the one that opens up the whole playbook for all we know. That play could be our bread and butter. You don't think we were going to our bread and butter to get the dub at some point? When we needed a first down to run the clock out against Tennessee last year, you don't think we were going to our bread and butter? It's our bread and butter that we're not executing right now. That's why you keep running it until it works. Because nothing else matters past that point. If that play is one of our bread and butter plays.
Culler, I think the problem is we don't have any bread and butter.
That's probably more likely the case. Thank you, El Cap. Good afternoon to you.
Oh, man. I got to be honest, right? You know, I've been kind of going at Jalen Phillips for his off-color comments about process over results. And I get it. That's like a mantra. I would imagine I'd be singing that mantra too, coming back from injuries like he was with the Achilles. But, man, I don't know. I am so deflated with the Miami Dolphins right now, and I get it. I was hearing you. You're saying, hey, you know, we got to wait and see if this team can get it back on track, and we don't act like losers and stuff. And I hear you, you know, 9 times out of 10. Dude, losing Jalen Phillips is just one more thing on top of all the stuff that this team is dealing with right now. I mean, injuries alone, it's insurmountable. And I hate the injury clause because to me, injuries is injuries are unavoidable. We can call them acts of God if you want. I also believe that there's a real problem with preparation. And, you know, as far as being prepared physically, mentally, conditionally, all those things to prevent injuries. And I don't know. I get this new class of athlete, right? You got these guys, they're 6'2", shredded, freaking gym rats, all that stuff. They're in the gym.
Adonisai.
Adonises. Yeah, they're Adonises. I get it. But so for anybody who watches like UFC, right? And there was a guy, he had a like a famous little run there. His name was Big Tex, right? He was exactly what a dude named Big Tex you would think looked like. He had a straight beer gut. He had like a mullet, long-haired type of mullet. But the guy was amazing. I've seen him head kick somebody to sleep. Okay, a dude that looks like a guy sitting at the bar cranking off freaking 20 packs, right?
Oh, who's that other guy in MMA that's like that? A big, not Big Country. Is it Big Country?
Big Country. Yeah,
Big Country. Yeah, that's the dude. That dude will whoop anybody's ass, man.
Yeah, again,
He's
and
a
it's
slob.
like
The dude's a
there's more.
complete slob.
I mean, again, that's meek male performance, right? Physique, and there's more than one way to skin a cat, right? And so, like, having the prettiest team don't mean you got the best team, And I don't know, man. I just wonder what's going on with this team mentally.
To be honest with you, Cap, you're kind of going where I'm going with this. Is that I think that all of what you're saying is true. And I just think that Mike McDaniel, number one, should have the opportunity. And number two, he could still, like, as far as this last game is what I believe is his, when we talk about, trying to prove his worth to Ross and all that. Like, I just don't think he sees it that way. I really think he believes we can win.
Scarred 305. Look at Tyson Fury, Cap. That MFer body is not a boxer body. He's not the Gypsy King.
Right.
The guy doesn't look. I mean, he's a monster, and his hands are lightning fast. But you wouldn't look at that guy and go, "Ah, man, that guy is in mega shape." You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
And I'm not trying.
And that's the thing. That's the thing, though. McDaniel knows what you know. And so even though it's probably a lost cause, he knows he has a chance to, like, completely turn all that narrative around. Like, so for instance, if it is all a dumpster fire, then it's going to be what it's going to be this week.
But here's the thing.
Well, I don't think. But hold on. In his mind, he thinks if I can prove out that we can turn this around, then there is nothing that's ever going to get me fired. So he has that chance. So he's like, fuck it, I'm going to go in. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump in the water, clothes on and everything.
I get it. And I understand your ideology when it comes to him, right? McDaniel. Real quick. Farm strong, aka country strong over gym strong. That's what I'm getting at, right?
Oh yeah. That's probably why he called himself Big Country. That was probably the point.
No, 1,000,000% was the point. Fucking, he was a country ass motherfucker.
Like, don't doubt Big Country.
Yeah. Anyhow, here's the deal, right? I don't think Mike McDaniel can operate. I don't think that's his brand of football. Being swagged is hard to prioritize with this guy. And listen, I get it. The fans ate it up. And I will remember saying, just remember when we're hiring this guy, McGenius, the drip, the swag, whatever the next fucking adjective the kids are going to use to say things look cool, right? Ultimately, that's what's going to do him in. People are going to make fun of that stuff. It's like, this nerd's out here shopping for this next pair of Jordans and sunglasses to match at the podium, not worried about getting this team right. And you know what? You're open for that criticism, dude. You're open to it because it again. And here's what I'm saying. I've been preaching this, and I'm going to continue to preach it. And after Tua comes back and lights it up, and Dolphin fans forget about what's going on right now, and they go back onto the train of we can have McDrippy and Tua Tagovailoa, left hand of God, Tuanon coming around here, and everyone's getting right back on the bullshit train. I'm going to continue to preach this again. We have an idealistically problem with this football team, this fan base, and this franchise right now. And until people are going to stop looking at the shiny objects and allowing it to get you distracted from the top down, from the fan that just is a casual fan to the most astute knowledge general manager, ex-football player genius, until we prioritize the right things, which is it don't got to be pretty, it don't got to be flashy, but if it works and you can't stop it, good luck. And Color, I heard you talking about this yesterday with that Georgia Tech. Every 4 years, every 3 years, that Georgia Tech offensive line has been together 3 or 4 years, and they can't be stopped with that freaking wishbone option. And it's, I'm not saying Dolphins need to go to a wishbone option, but they need to find.
Well, effectively, that's what we did with the Wildcat. That's the NFL version of the triple
That's right.
option. You know what I mean?
That's right. And we need to, and we've been talking about this, and it's something that I even bit into the nonsense. I got bit into it twice now. Once with Flores and a second time with McDaniel. I thought with Flores that this team was going to have an identity. And this was the type of defense, and I seen what type of offense he was getting together, and I understood it, and I respected it because it was the hard road traveled for what people want to see out of their offenses. High-flying bullshit, right? Anyhow, on the flip side with Mike McDaniel, I thought, holy cow, this is our identity of our team now. We have an identity on offense. He's bringing in Butch Berry. He's going to create this wide zone scheme that he's going to be able to throw all these wrinkles in, and we're going to be like the Broncos. You know what I'm saying? With that power outside run game, and we were going to have that was going to be our bread and butter. We don't have bread and butter right now. We've switched ideologies with defense 3 times now since the Brian Flores thing. We've switched ideologies with offense since Brian Flores to Mike McDaniel. This ideology with offense seems to have been figured out. And honestly, the team has no identity as a whole. The offense had some form of identity, and maybe when Tua gets back, we'll recognize it again. But obviously, it's not what we are because when Tua's gone, we can't do it. This team doesn't have an identity, and this city, this franchise, this fan base, Miami, South Florida, our identity was hard-nosed football, high defensive football, and we were going to beat the sleep out of it. We were going to beat you to sleep. That's what we were going to do. We were going to beat you to sleep on both sides of the ball, and you were going to fight. I get it. The Canes came, and they had swag, and we all loved it. But that was kind of a little bit different. The Miami Dolphins, swag Dolphins, ain't never been successful. It's always been a flash in the pan. It always ends up making us look stupid in the end. And when that fire gets re-sparked here, if Tua comes back, I'm not going to let you. I mean, I know I'm going to catch every sling and every arrow from everywhere. I think we're going to. I don't care. I'm not. I'm going to stand on business with it. I'm not going to.
See, I think I'm starting to figure out as you talk more why I'm so frustrated with the team, the coach, the fan base, Tua, and the whole shebang.
We're in every direction, Color.
Well,
We're in every
the
direction.
reason I'm so frustrated is
go ahead.
I am finding myself now day in and day out the past week or so, and even today, I'm having to defend Tua and ears. And I don't like that. Okay, all these people out here, and I'm speaking to the fan of Tua that is a Dolphin fan first, not the Alabama Tua and ears. That's not who I'm speaking to right now.
We don't speak to them. We don't speak to them.
I'm referring to the people that were originally Dolphin fans that are all about the logo.
Believe in Tua.
That believe in Tua. All of you are the ones calling for a tank now. And the Tuaneers are out there going, Tua's going to come back and save the season. And I'm sitting here going, anybody could come in, and as long as we get shit right, the season's not over and we can salvage it. So now I have to find myself as a fan of the logo.
Well, Culler, I'll tell you,
Tuaneers against
I'm not
people.
making excuses.
Now, ironically, obviously, there's going to be Tua haters out there that have wanted to blow this thing up for 3 years. I don't blame them for continuing to talk about the tank. They've been standing on that square. But these people that were they tried to convince me that it wasn't all about Tua, that he's the man, but it's not all about him, are now saying it was all about him. And we can't
Culler,
win without him, and it's all over. Tank it.
That's the thing, right? Like that's Culler.
Now
I just
I'm
want to say
having to defend Tuaneers, and I don't like that. It's uncomfortable.
I want to know the quote unquote Tuaneer Dolphin fan Tuaneers. Okay, we got to figure out a way to make an acronym out of this.
Well,
but
what I'm
whatever.
saying is now
Hold
I'm
on.
having to
I have a
defend the
question.
Alabama people.
Yeah, because you're on the other side of it. But here's the thing, right? Are those Dolphin fan Tuaneers Are they just finally realizing that they've been going on this Tua train?
That they were wrong, and we might as well blow it up now?
Yeah. Is it like a coming to Jesus moment for them, and that's why they're acting like that?
They don't believe in Tyler Huntley. They're off of the coach. They don't believe we can get shit fixed. They don't believe the team's going to start executing out of the blue. Okay? All of that. And I don't blame them for thinking that. I blame them for almost quasi rooting for it now.
Oh no, they're rooting for it. They're rooting for it. They're looking at, the Sanders kid. They're looking at Ward. They're looking at.
And you're a fan. You can root however you want to. I'm not trying, but I have a right to say it's bullshit.
Culler, there's already spaces and channels talking about mock drafts.
I know.
They've checked out. But here's the thing, right? Like,
might have been an accident, Greg. Shake's been having problems with his phone today, apparently.
What happened? Greg got timed
Greg
out
asked
too?
why he was timed out, but
who's timing people out?
No, it was earlier. Shake accidentally timed Michael K out.
Okay, you have ability to be in the thing.
In the studio, yeah.
Yeah. Where do I see who's timing people out? Because I just want to make sure. Because somebody else got timed out too. I just want to make sure that it's an accident.
I haven't seen any timeout messages.
Anyhow, I just
any of the wrenches out there, just make sure your touch screen isn't screwing up, because apparently people are getting timed out by accident. Show note anyway. Go ahead, Cap.
I just I don't have any faith that Mike McDaniel has what it takes to be a head coach and get this team back on track without Tua. And I don't have any faith that even with Tua that this team's ever going to be anything more than what it's already been, a fringe playoff team that can't win against big teams and good defenses. Even if I see that,
right, and see,
I
that's
still
the thing.
won't
We already
believe
knew
it,
that. We were willing to root for that 2 weeks ago.
I was willing to root, not me, Culler. I was willing to root for what Tua did this offseason and how Mike McDaniel was going to elevate this offense again and seeing what that was going to produce. And I have yet to see the only thing it produced was my quarterback going down, son. Down.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is the people I'm talking about in particular, the tankies, not the Tua hater tankies. They've always been tankies since Tua's been here. I'm talking about the new tankies. What I'm trying to say is 2 weeks ago, they were willing to root for Tua to get it done. Finally. Now, he had a couple bad games, obviously. But now that we're seeing what we're seeing, it seems like we were going to have those bad games and we would still have to get that fixed. Now, we're working on getting it fixed according to the coach
Culler,
and according to the
week
players.
heading into week 4 or 5
quick,
or whatever.
let me land real quick. According to the players, they haven't checked out. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying, according to them, they haven't checked out. Okay. Tyler Huntley, based on the film, is serviceable. Okay. So what I'm saying is, if Tua comes back to that situation, why would they not be rooting the same way they were in week 2 after week 2?
Culler, I'm going to answer it as
When
simply as possible.
when we've had bad, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Mike
what's the
McDaniel,
difference?
the players aren't going to
We
come
were
out.
still destined to have a 9-win season, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, but
we were still destined to be drafting 20th or whatever, or 15th.
Well, I would say this, Culler. We were hoping that wasn't our destiny again, because we were projecting off-season additions.
Where'd the hope go?
Off-season manipulations and growth with the quarterback and growth in the offense.
What I'm saying
that this
is,
wasn't going to be a 9 or 10 win fringe team, that this was going to be a team that was going to win the East.
Okay,
this is going to be a team that was going to have success in the playoffs.
Okay,
this was going to be a team that the Dolphins told us, Culler. Hold on. The Dolphins told us, Culler, that this was the team for 2024, 2025, 2026. This is our window. And they paid it as such.
I understand. And we also, after week 2 or before Tua got injured, the narrative was already going to be that we got off to a slow start, got to fix stuff, but we still hope that the problems from last year and early this year were going to change. What I'm saying is Tua is coming back. Why no longer the hope? The same hope. Hope doesn't require any evidence or faith or anything. We just had the hope that he was going to get shit fixed. Why is that hope now gone, knowing that Tua is coming back when the most losses we could have is 5?
Because we've seen a little bit of Tua in game 1 and game 2. There was zero hope in that as well. And Culler, I want to address
I
this
am
part.
the one defending Tua ears in this situation because I disagree. I think even after week 2, if Tua hadn't have been injured, we would have all been talking about the fact that we'll get it right. Don't worry. Tua will be. I'm telling you, that's what would, bro. They're already saying that the reason we're in the pickle we're in because Tua's not here. You don't think they would have? You don't think they would have created those platitudes?
I'm saying we are in this pickle because of Tua.
I understand, but I'm talking about in week 3, if Tua's still playing, you don't think they're going to create those platitudes that week 1 and 2 were just a slow start?
Absolutely. If the Dolphins
so what's
were
the difference
1 and
if
3
he's coming back?
I'm going to tell you the difference.
Now we just have a little slower start because we had backups.
I'm going to tell you the difference, Culler. I'm going to tell you the difference. Because those that you say that have always hated Tua, that have always wanted this team to get rid of him and do it right or tank or do whatever.
They never had.
Hold on. Let me land.
I'm not talking to them. They
now have the mouthpiece that they've been waiting for and have been silenced by people in the middle and people on the extreme end of their beliefs with the team. They have been quieted. And now those who have gone so hard in the paint that Tua is him,
I totally get what you're saying.
And ran. And now the only thing that's left are Dolphin fans who bought into Tua that were on the fence feeling like idiots.
I understand.
And those that hate him.
And then there's those like me that truly do stay above the fray. Okay, that are season ticket holders going, no, Tua haters, you don't have that mouthpiece quite yet. We are only 1 and 3. And there's reasons looking at the tape to hope that if we fix some small stuff and start paying attention to detail, we can get a couple dubs.
I'm going to say that because the players haven't said that they've given up, and Mike McDaniel didn't come out and say this.
What's that? Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
I just hope we can win a game. I love
Because
that.
that's not
That's
Mike
the best part.
McDaniel. Because that's not Mike McDaniel right now. Because he's McSad boy. He's McSaddy right now. He's McSad boy.
Look, man, to people like CCRR, I get that you tried to warn everybody. I did too. Look, I had hope where you didn't. That's the only difference between you and me. Okay. And the thing
Not
of it
me,
is,
Culler.
but hold
game,
on.
dog.
But don't
I never
doubt
had
for
hope.
a second that what's in my mind that I didn't expect us to be right where we're at right now. Just because I was rooting for the past couple seasons. Don't think I didn't expect us to be right where we're at. I understand where CCRR is coming from. I'm just saying.
Hold on a second, Culler.
Like, remember that scene in Tombstone, right? When Johnny Ringo's upset over the guys getting killed, right? And he's drunk and he's walking through the town. Doesn't anybody want to play for blood? And Doc Holliday comes out of the barber shop and he's like, I'm your Huckleberry. That's precisely my game. Right? Say when. And Johnny was like, all right, let's go. And what happened? Even the guy that's even more ruthless than him held him back and was like, no, Johnny, not now. Now's not the time. Okay, that's where you guys are at, CCRR. Okay, I get you. But I'm the powers booth here. I'm the Curly Bill. I'm the Curly Bill here saying, yo, I'm just as ruthless as you are. But now ain't the time. You got to let it play out. Because God forbid, something clicks. The attention to detail, those kinds of things, which is all we're really lacking. Those can take a moment to fix. Those can be fixed in a moment with just a light bulb going in people's heads. And I don't want to be caught in a situation where I'm talking about tanking while we're stacking wins quietly. That's not me. I'm about football. And if the football is bad, I got to watch it. I got to deal with it. But let the football be bad on its own. You'll get the tank you want if you guys are right about Tua and everybody else. You'll get the tank you want. I just wish, I'm just asking, please, try not to demoralize those of us that want to still see us win. Crypto makes an excellent point with 3 words right there, even though one of them was misspelled. Addition by subtraction. There's that too. I don't think El Cap got a phone call or something. He just jumped out real quick. Hit the like button, everybody. We're almost at 3.5 hours. I'm not going to go much longer. But Cap said he was going to come in real quick, so I wanted to give him a chance to pop in and grace us with his presence. I mean, we're still talking about guys that get paid millions of dollars to be smarter at this stuff than we are. Whenever you all know we've had several arguments over the years where a person would tell another person, you're not Chris, you're not a GM, you're not a blah, blah, blah. And I hate doing that. I don't like to, because we all have a valid opinion. You don't have to be a 5-star chef to know what a good cheeseburger is. Okay. And I'm a firm believer in that. I've preached that. Everybody knows how many times I've said that. I said that before I even met you all back in defense of Stephen A. Smith when they try to tell him he don't know what he's talking about. I mean, most of the time he doesn't, but it's not because he didn't play football. People that didn't play football still know what good football looks like. You know, that's the appeal to authority fallacy. I always talk about it. But let's be real here. These guys that make millions of dollars, you know, put aside the owner, Scar. I get that. The owner will never get it. But Greer, McDaniel, anybody above him is not a football guy, as Lewis smartly points out all the time. But Greer, McDaniel, our staff who make recommendations to McDaniel as far as player personnel goes, I'm sure. Bobby Greer, the consultant. All of these guys get paid millions of dollars to know what they're looking at, make decisions, and make those gambles. Take those risks. And they took some. We wanted them to build a winner. We wanted a window. They have provided one the best they can. A lot of things haven't worked out. A lot of things have. I'm not petitioning for Chris Greer's job here. I'm not advocating for him to keep his job. None of that. I don't have a side. I want it to be right. Whoever wants to fucking do it.
Again, Culler. I hear you.
And so I'm just not ready to say it's over yet. You know, I just ain't.
Again, Culler, but to your previous point, even if it comes back and we're like Miami Dolphins 2023, what is Miami Dolphins 2023 getting us?
A new quarterback in free agency, because there's plenty of them coming down the pike.
There is going to be a lot of quarterbacks.
And that's what Barry Jackson pointed out the other day.
There's going to be a lot.
Cap, real quick, I read the list of them this morning. You might not have happened to have been hearing, but here we go. I'll run through it again. Sam Darnold, who will likely get a starting job somewhere. Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Cooper Rush, Jameis Winston, Mac Jones, Carson Wentz, Joe Flacco, Jimmy Garoppolo, Mason Rudolph, Andy Dalton, Marcus Mariota, Drew Lock, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, and Jarrett Stidham.
I got to say, there's two, maybe. Maybe Sam Darnold. I don't know.
I could see Zach Wilson as being just as good a prospect as a first-round draft pick. I could see Trey Lance being just as good a prospect as a first-round draft pick.
God, I don't like any of these guys.
I can see Mason Rudolph being the next Sam Darnold.
Okay, so goodness gracious, dude.
I can see Mac Jones being another Sam Darnold. Jimmy Garoppolo is a consistent winner.
Stop, God, please. Fuck, Culler, I don't like any of that.
I mean, what I don't like is another unknown. And I don't care how good Cam Ward is or Shadir Sanders or any of them. Tua was supposed to be that good. Bryce Young was supposed to be that good.
All right, so
Mac
what
Jones
about
was supposed to be that good. Trey Lance was supposed to be that. Zach Wilson was supposed to be that good. So if we find ourselves without a high draft pick, what's the difference of not going with one of them guys as opposed to?
So here's the thing, right?
The same thing.
No matter how this gets sliced, say in a paradigm where Tagovailoa Tua is gone.
I can't believe you lured me right into talking the draft, bro. How did you do it?
Paradigm shift. Tua Tagovailoa not a Miami Dolphin.
Cap can do magic.
That's right. That's right. That being said, Uh,
Oh man.
I mean, are we even in a position to get somebody? We'll say yes, right? Dolphins end up with a top 10 draft pick, coupled with potentially a trade up to grab said quarterback that they want. We'll say the top 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 are Cam Ward, Sanders, the Texas quarterback, and the Ole Miss quarterback, which are probably 4 of the top 15 quarterbacks that are going to be taken. Dolphins land any one of them. Okay. Any one of them. Take your pick. I don't really care. Even so, because the Dolphins aren't in this scenario going to sell off all their assets, let's say they do. Let's say they keep all their assets or sell them all off.
That's the part that I don't think people understand. The second we accept that we're tanking and they know it, every one of our stars is gone.
Yep, it's a mass exodus.
Everyone.
But okay, so say that you can do both scenarios, because if there is a team full of veterans, right, and you want to now implement a new quarterback and a new scheme with all these veterans day one, I don't think you're doing a good job with the young guy. Now, don't get me wrong, right? Maybe he comes in and he has a CJ Stroud season and that can be performed. But I don't want us to go with a rookie quarterback and then, Doyle as the fucking backup. That is a recipe for success. That's a recipe for success. The plan should be, if you're doing this, is have a veteran guy, and we'll just use an obscure name, a Joe Flacco, who's going to be the starter and hold it down for potentially the whole year if necessary, to then not play this young guy in a system.
Let's use a name. Let's use a name that's actually a little younger, but also actually emulates the situation I think you're referring to more closely. Would be Garoppolo. In other words, who is the Alex Smith in that free agent class?
Yeah, I guess we could.
I think that's what you're going. Like a guy like Alex Smith, where they can actually get you wins and make a run while Patrick Mahomes is baking on the bench. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe Sam Darnold.
And that would be right? Garoppolo. If Mike McDaniel's still the coach, I should say.
Garoppolo, again, along with what he's lost in whatever fastball he had, along with the immense amount of injury problems with the guy, I could say yes, but I would rather take
done that. They should have done that earlier. They should have done it this offseason.
That window's gone, bro. Like I don't like, to me, getting Garoppolo.
Well, the Rams won't hold on to him after this season. You know what I mean? He's just
Culler, I think getting a Garoppolo back in here is just, it's like a step backwards to me, right? Like,
well,
I would rather
Alex Smith was for the Chiefs, but he's still contending.
Alex Smith was the standalone starter. Like that scenario can't line up at all. The only way that would work is if we say, hey, we're drafting a quarterback in the first round, but we're still going to keep Tua. If that's what you're saying, then all right, let's. That's a scenario.
No, I'm talking about retrying one of the guys that didn't work out with their trash organization that were drafted high, like a Zach Wilson or a Mac. I know people don't want to hear Mac Jones, but you get what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you, right? Like, I could see if Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, any of those three guys, Trey Lance being probably.
I guess it's gonna come down to what their draft board determines. The problem is, you have to decide now whether you want to get that first overall pick, because what you're trying to compare is, are those guys that we put on that list, the younger guys, not the old has-beens, but the younger guys like Zach and Trey, right? If your draft board says that they would be a better prospect drafting right now than any of the other guys on the draft board.
Complicated offense, though, Culler. God, dude. Like, do I even want Mike McDaniel around for this? You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, if Tua's gone, Mike's fucking gone, bro.
Well, that's the question, ultimately. And I think that's what Mike McDaniel is coaching for right now. And Mike McDaniel strikes me as the type that would spite everybody and whoop New England's ass this week, dude.
Jesus, Culler, I don't know. That's a tall ask at this point.
Just saying,
I would
man.
just be happy with a victory, and
He's coaching
only
for his job this week, dude. Because if we are tanking, there is absolutely no reason to let him be here past Monday. Because think about it, Cap. I made the point earlier in the show. If you already are firing the guy because of his incompetent decisions, then why would you want, and then once you tank, because you potentially are going to fire the guy, you're getting rid of all your talent. First of all, that's not a decision to be made. In other words, you're not saying who's the best guy. You're saying, oh, that contract, I'm getting it out of here, right? Then what's going to be left is a roster full of guys that Mike McDaniel is now left with the decision of who gets saved. Well, do you want his eye test determining that when he just put this team together in the first place? No. So when
I'll tell you
if
what,
you're going to fire him and tank, you have to fire him now.
Well, if you fire him,
and let Anthony Weaver decide who the dogs are. Let Anthony Weaver decide who the
Culler,
dogs
don't you
are.
understand? Culler, here, Culler. Dolphins fans got to understand we are on the precipice of what they are going to get. A literal clean house. Say goodbye to Anthony Weaver. He built enough goodwill with this fan base or this
Pause
team
for a second.
to
Pause
stay
for a
here.
second. Pause for a second. I wasn't saying to go forward with Anthony Weaver. What I'm saying is, if you're going to fire Mike McDaniel at all, you do it now so somebody else is in charge of keeping who and deciding who the dogs are that we keep.
No, Culler, that's not how this franchise and organization works. They will let Mike McDaniel.
Then you fire everybody.
They will they will ultimately.
You got to give
for the
something
rebrand.
for the new guy coming in to start with, you know. And I'd rather it not be Mike McDaniel's eye test if they're going to fire him.
Damn, JC in the comments. That shit's wild as fuck. That's a pretty good. I'm not going to put it up on the board, but that is fucking legendary. I love the Buffalo.
I don't care for the taste of the joke, but it is hilarious.
It is funny.
For those that, you know,
yes,
that it would say is good taste.
I think it's funny, and I'm pointing it out because I found it to be funny, and I don't give a fuck.
Fair enough.
To
it
me,
made
Culler.
Me giggle.
To me, Culler, it's more likely that the Dolphins do not fire Mike McDaniel until the end of the season, letting him drag this into a fucking oblivion and then hanging it all on
Then we're
him.
not tanking, bro. Then we're not tanking. There is no way Mike McDaniel is going 1-16. Especially if Tua comes back, which is what they're clearly saying is going to happen. You all told me when they went with Tua, and I'm like, no, I don't think they really have yet. And everybody forced me to say, sorry, dude, they picked Tua. They're going with him. They believe in him. And I had to accept that. Well, they're making it clear now that Tua is coming back for Arizona. McDaniel is not going 1-16. If they want to tank, they must remove Mike McDaniel from the building and bench Tua for injury concerns. Because they would have to be forced to make sure Tua doesn't lose any more value. If we're tanking, Tua is not playing another game.
Culler, I think the only where Tua comes back is, God damn it. Here's the thing. That's not true. Tua has the least amount of value. If anything, you would want to bring him back to play and look like something, and maybe he could gather value. Right
Then
now,
we're not tanking. That's fine. That just means we're not tanking. We're not going to have the first overall pick.
Tanking, not tanking, to me, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter.
Like, we can't win with Tua a couple games and expect to get Cam Ward. I don't know what world people are living in.
Well, whether they're tanking for Cam Ward isn't the question.
There's nobody else to tank for in this draft.
Color, who's to say they're even going to get a quarterback this coming draft? If you
Fair
tank
enough.
properly, it's probably not the time to take a quarterback. Because remember, if you're tanking,
right, well, then that's
we've
fair.
got money.
That's
Hold
fair.
on, we've got money on the books the next 3 years. All of those assets that we've got money on the books the next 3 years that are fucking top heavy. And there's a lot of them. Okay. There's dead cap that we would have to eat no matter how much trading we got.
Right.
People aren't when you're on the balls of your ass, the bank doesn't come to help you. It comes to take your home.
Oh, I
That's what's going to happen to us. Tanking this team is on the precipice of an absolute dark ages, Color. Dark ages.
I don't disagree.
And right now,
just have the belief there's only one way out of it, and that's to play your way out of it.
To play your way out of it with a player you can't depend on to stay on the field.
Again, they have made it clear he's playing.
Yes, I agree. And he's going to play. And guess what? I would say his play will be far, in a way, more successful and eerily similar to what we expected him to be all along.
Right.
But it is not anything you can hang your fucking hat on.
Right. And which means that Tua's in on the tank, perfectly fine with it. And to
as
your
well
point,
as Mike McDaniel.
And to your point, we can get that Megatron in the first round of the draft.
You know who else got the insiders got the heads up. Insiders being Teron Armstead, being Raheem Mostert. Insiders who aren't there aren't going to sit around. They're going to be here through the tank. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. I don't know if they told Jalen Waddle. His face tells me he didn't.
Yeah,
he wasn't
looked
privy.
Shocked the other night,
He doesn't look like a guy
shaken.
who's privy to the conversation. He looks like a guy that's like, I don't give a fuck about this money. Why the hell are we shitty right now? That's what his
out
face
there
tells.
Putting his body on the line in the slot, and they want him to freaking tank. Fuck that.
I feel like Jalen Phillips never got the memo either. He's sitting here playing for his life, or maybe he did, and he's like, "Yo, I got to get my draft status as high up as I can,
Yeah,
or my money status as high up as I can, because this team's not gonna fucking keep me. They're not gonna be able to afford me. And wherever I'm gonna go, I'm gonna need to ball out so I can get paid like a month."
Oh, why did Javon Holland punch that ball out, man?
Javon Holland is playing for himself, and
Javon Holland ruined the whole gambit, dude.
Listen, if I'm Javon, well, maybe not.
Because now everybody expects when Tua comes back. Everybody expects. If Javon Holland doesn't punch that ball out,
bro, we would have
already ran. The Tuaneers would have been ran out the fan base.
I gotta say something, and people aren't gonna like to hear it. I see all this Shador, all this draft Shador standards. I swear to fucking God, people. I swear to God.
Miss Finns wanted me to come on her show this morning. She wanted me to talk about it last night, but then she wanted me to come on her show this morning to talk about the Dion and Shadir thing, and I'm just
Color,
like, I'm not.
I can't. Color. If this fan base this is my problem, Color. This is my problem.
Imagine this, people. For those of you that are on board with, forget Shadir Sanders. At least he's a quarterback and can actually play. Okay. But for those of you that want his father to come here and be our coach, okay, just imagine this. Ask yourself this. Would you promote Tyreek Hill to head coach right now?
Please.
I'm just asking the question
Color,
for
I
a
see
friend.
so many people talking about this Shadir Sanders and shit. Color, no. This fan base has learned nothing this last 5 years. Nothing.
No offense to Dion, but he made it clear what kind of life he lives when he came into the league. Okay? You're asking
Dion
us
is
to
a
make
marketing
Tyreek Hill our head coach.
Dion is a marketing Genius. He is a marketing
Exactly, which means
genius.
okay? No championships.
Just not again. He is a marketing fucking genius, and he is branding himself for NFL teams to say, "Want to make some money? I'll teach you how." And that it's exactly the type of marriage I could see this Dolphins organization
Of course,
saying.
but it means no
getting him and
championships.
but no championships. Color, it'll be nothing. It'll be nothing. The only difference we might get is we won't have a 3-year window. We might get a 5-year window with a coach.
Listen, we'll have the number one selling jersey. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we'll have the number one selling jersey. We'll have the first number one selling coach's shirt too, which is going to hit the fucking shelves like a wave of fucking fire. To me, again, this fan base that's caping up. Give me Shadir. Shadir Sanders. You were asking for supercharged Tua and not on the football field, off the
with
football
his
field.
own
Bullshit.
father as the head coach.
It is super. This fan base cannot stop itself. They are addicted to hype.
We already have a quarterback with it. We already have a quarterback with an adopted father as his head coach.
Yeah, no shit.
You want to actually bring a guy in here with his actual father as the head coach? Are you people nuts?
Can my daddy get a job here? What the? Damn, Culler, the adopted father was good.
This time when the coach kisses the quarterback, he's going to actually mean it.
Yeah, no, there's going to be all fucking love. It'll be a love fest. Can't wait.
And what if Shadir's a bust? How the hell is his father ever going to get him off the team?
He won't, Culler. He won't. Again, I don't want to hear that shit. These fans need to wake up.
I want to puke right now, dude.
I want to throw up, Culler.
Nauseous. Which is why I didn't want to have the conversation with Ms. Finns, with all due respect to Ms. Finns.
I can't stop seeing it everywhere. People are putting Shadir's fucking face in a Dolphins uniform. It's driving me nuts. I'm like, are you people shit? The quarterback for Colorado? Is that what you're talking about?
Get used to it. He'll be a Dolphin in about another 9 months.
You're probably right, Crypto. Like, that is the exact type of Dolphins bullshit we would get around here. That's exactly what it is.
His team is fan base driven. The fans are chomping at the bit for it. They'll get it. He'll be a Dolphin. Just go buy the jerseys now.
They'll be like, hey, Mr. Greer will be running into fucking Ross's office with a mile-long paper data sheet going, Mr. Ross, Mr. Ross, Mr. Ross.
Well, there is a way.
Number projections if we bring in here Shadir.
There is a way. Now, Sanders is a pretty standard name. There's a lot of Sanders in the world, right?
Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders, OG of Sanders. I think he might be everybody's granddad.
So what if behind the scenes, what if all these teams in the NFL actually have their plan a lot further out in the future than we realize? And that's why it seems to us like they always make stupid decisions, because they're just going by a schedule, right? There is that thought out there.
Well,
now,
Color,
if the
hold
Dolphins,
on real quick, Color, to your point.
That's how they predict who's going to win the next 50
I just want to give you
Super
some status facts.
Of course, it's out there.
Some statistics real quick. Our Ross, our owner, Stephen Ross, estimated the team's worth at $7.1 billion.
right?
He has now sold 10% for that $7.1 billion. He was asking $1.1 billion, which is far and away north of that. That's twice as much for half the percent. He's getting 10. So it is valued at his value. And he's selling that 10% to clear that 1.7 billion. And there's now the team is officially worth that. It's not just a projection. Now it is, with the 10% sale. And believe me, the way all these contracts got picked up for these years and what it's going to make and projections with all this bullshit and these name recognition, got it to that 1.7. So when you say, do they plan this out? Absolutely. They plan out what they're going to invest, how much it's going to cost, cash out the value, then let it sit and simmer and restart the process.
Right. So I'm trying to check something now, and my the website's being slow. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't do this. No. Oh, that's never mind. That's youth. What I'm trying to determine is if there is any like thought or from the NFL, or if there's been any actual behind the scenes talks being had, and it's clear that the Miami Dolphins would be doing something like that, then theoretically you should not be able to create a Sanders jersey on Fanatics.
Oh.
If it's planned out that early. You know what I mean? Now, I don't know does anybody know what number he wears?
So Bones says Sanders was
3.
trained by Tom Brady. Tua was trained by his stepdad, forced to throw with his left hand. Sanders sound better.
Damn.
It does sound better. Yeah, you're right.
Damn.
God,
Bones.
dude, the acid, the freaking
So
absolute
He wasn't forced to throw with
vanity.
his other hand.
What number does Sanders wear?
I thought it was
I don't know.
3. 3 or
I
8.
thought
No,
Yeah.
it's two. It's two. That he wears
Two.
his dad's number two.
2?
2. Okay. Why was I thinking it was 3? But okay, makes sense. It's the
All right.
dad's
Well, I
number
just
then.
plugged it in. It's refreshing right now. Let's see if it'll let me. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
It'll let me create a number 2 Sanders jersey for the Miami Dolphins right now.
Miami Dolphins fans, go to Fanatics and hit the link with TFTGnetwork.com and get your Sanders
if you get it
jerseys
now,
ahead of the
yeah.
curve. Ahead
Right.
of the
It'd be
curve before
worth
they're
a millions.
$187.
It
You
will.
can get it for
Yep.
the low price of $65.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna be able to resell it for at least triple and double the price once he becomes a Dolphin.
That's exactly right.
There you go. And that's a preview right there. That's what it'll look like.
Right. That,
You want it
that's
you want it in white? See what it looks like in white. No, they ain't gonna
There
show
You know what it
go.
looks like, Color? You know what it looks like? It looks like a bust is what it looks like, Color. I'm not saying Sanders. I'm not saying Sanders.
It does
is
kind
a
of look
bust.
Pat Whitish.
Yeah, I'm not saying Sanders isn't going to make it in the NFL as a quarterback. I'm saying that if Dolphin fans get their way and have Sanders come here, and then in tow is his dad at some point, whether it's right away or later, doesn't matter.
Career? Then he gonna
I'm
go
just
be the
telling
Jets
you,
and be an all-star
is
as a Jet.
it's the Tua Tagovailoa tank for Tua, Mike McDaniel rebrand that is going to pale
I
in
do not want Mike
comparison
McDaniel to be
to
his
the
coach.
Shedeur Sanders Miami Dolphins with the hype train, with the letdown train, with the letdown cliff.
We got to bring Flores
Our
back.
our
and
hype
become his
trains
coach.
keep falling over letdown cliffs, Crypto, and that one will be so steep. I don't think we as football fans shall ever recover. If that comes around the yonder and we have ourselves a 2026 Sanders combination by 2030, every Dolphins fan that is 30 years old or older that grew up, every 20-year-old Dolphin fan that grew up a Dolphins fan has now officially either don't
Black Sheep
rep a
said y'all
team.
giving him hype. You're getting them hype.
Either A, doesn't rep any NFL team, or B, has switched and now reps a new NFL team. I would say 80% of the fan base will exodus this organization, and it'll be truly
well.
a
Black Sheep is on
fly-by-night.
board.
The Dolphins will. The Dolphins
Uh-oh.
third season football team. Mark my words.
Well, I would say the only way I'd be okay with Dion being our coach is if we were able to find a way to keep Ramsey. That would be epic. Just saying.
Joe Riss, Patrick Mahomes lost to a bunch of scrubs in college too. What does that mean?
Bro, I am I am dejected from this
Didn't he
football
lose to
team.
Tennessee Valley State?
I mean, yo, McDaniel, where's McDaniel from?
Color, I don't want to do this.
He's from Colorado.
What were
Yeah,
you saying, Shake?
McDaniel grew up in Colorado.
I don't want to.
He said
I don't want to.
we're
I
going to
don't
be
want to do
replaced by
this,
Colorado fans. It's going to be the Tuaneers all over again.
guys. You guys.
I
You
don't
guys
think
really.
Colorado people in Colorado is the coaches just like
Man,
people
that's
in
pretty
Alabama.
rough. Cap is usually willing to do anything. And
Bro,
he don't wanna
Alabama is
do
more
that.
cult
I don't
like
want to
than
do this.
Colorado fan
I don't
base.
want to do this.
I don't want to do it, bro.
He
Listen. I don't
nodded
want
on
to.
my leg.
I don't want to do this, bro. I don't want to fucking get on the fucking waiver wire for the next head coach of the Dolphins. We got to find him in a short time period because we got to draft a quarterback. We need to see if the whole team needs to go. Like, fuck, boys.
Listen, the only way I would draft Shador is if we get Devontae Parker out of retirement.
Wow, we'll be doomed for 50 years.
Devontae Parker, another one who can't stay healthy, and now concussions are a problem. That's why he retired. Yeah,
Well, I say we
It's-
replace every Jalen on our team with a Devontae, and we'd probably be better
or
overall.
Devon.
Right. Some
No,
form of
Jalen's
Devontae. Right,
the
Devon,
best.
right.
No, you know what I want? You know what I want from my football team? If I became general manager of the Miami Dolphins, I would talk before I talked to the player. I would interview the player, but before I signed any player, I would want to talk to their family. And I would want to find out who and what their deal was, right? And I would target kids that grew up from like Gainesville South. That would be the core of my football team. And I would want to find these guys
Oh, yeah.
that are psychopaths about football and working hard and all that stuff. That there's so many of them. I mean, they're fucking everywhere. I don't know why we can't seem to find them on our Dolphins all too often, but hey,
Telling you.
and
Bro,
it's crazy to me.
There's a running back over at Palm Beach High right down the road. I saw him at Denny's one morning. The dude looks like he's already NFL ready. He looked like
Oh, yeah.
Devon Achane.
I bet you that kid that you're talking about right there goes to college, doesn't stay in state, probably ends up getting picked up by like Northwestern, becomes one of their top 3 running backs of all time, and then goes to like, I don't know, fucking Philadelphia and becomes their starting running back, and he's out there
Right.
just slaying people for forever.
Yep.
And that's what we get to. That's to me, right? Like,
By the way, everybody talks about Miami-Dade Broward. The other day on my show, I pulled up a list of notable players from Palm Beach County. Bro, it ain't just like
Color,
it's not just
Color.
Jacoby Brissett, bro. There's like
No
a zillion of them, man.
Color. Belle Glade is in Palm Beach County.
I know.
Belle
Fred Taylor.
Glade.
But-
Belle Glade alone has like 102 NFL athletes. Or 192,
mainly
something stupid.
Fred Taylor, and he was on the list. But here's the thing.
Edgerrin James, Color.
Yep,
Edgerrin James.
You'd be surprised too. Like who am I thinking of? A bunch of Suncoast players. You know what I mean? And like Atlantic High School. You know what I mean? Like it's amazing.
the kids over there in the Fort Myers area and shit. I mean, Color, do you know that fucking
not quite.
Deion
Fort
Sanders,
Myers ain't in Palm Beach
Deion
County.
Sanders grew up in Fort Myers.
That's not in Palm Beach County.
I know that, but I was saying, I was just like,
Yeah,
relative.
I'm talking about Palm Beach County specifically. Like I was amazed. I thought it was just like Fred Taylor and and a couple other guys, but it's like a whole long list, man.
Again, right? Like that's why I said Gainesville and down. Because like if I just outfitted my NFL team with those guys, I mean, Lamar Jackson's my quarterback. Fred Taylor's my fucking running back. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here?
The guy that was the coach. the guy that was the coach of the Georgia Bulldogs that came and coached the Hurricanes for a couple years, Mark Richt. That guy's from went to school in Palm Beach County.
But now listen, don't get me wrong. I know South Florida, and I know 2/3 of these young guys that come out of here that play in these sports that have success in college that ultimately find themselves in the draft. There's a lot of shitheads in there too, right? There's a lot of these kids that it's always come easy to them, that, you know, they've never had to work hard. They've trained hard and stuff like that, but they've always been naturally gifted and, you know, top wide receiver, breaking all their school records. Like, you know, there's always these types that are out there. And they come from a, I don't want to say privileged life, but, you know, they've come where they didn't have to earn what I'm looking for. And I'm not saying that guy couldn't become Justin Jefferson. I just don't want that on my football team. I want the kid that at summertime, you know, had to get a summer job doing some manual fucking labor because he wanted to buy a car for his senior year of high school, tired of riding the bus and catching rides with his friends, salt of the earth fucking kid, never complained, worked fucking hard. Get me that fucking kid on my team. Where are they at?
The other school.
That's Andrew Van Ginkel that left. That's who fucking that is.
Cap, the other school out in the sugarcane fields out in western Palm Beach County, just the sister school to Glade Central, just north of there, Pahokee. I think that might be. I think that's where Anquan Bolden came from. Was Pahokee?
Pahokee's straight loaded with motherfucking dogs. Straight loaded, bro. I remember playing Pahokee.
Belglade High too.
In high school, I played Belglade. I played Pahokee. They were mean. They didn't play fair. They did not play fair. Never did they play fair. If the ref wasn't looking, they would stomp on your feet. They'd grab your fucking sack. You name it. They did it. All of them. They played mean as hell.
Oh, and there was even one, and it was one of the bigger names from Santa Lucia's. I'm like, wow, that dude that's Lance, that's Hypoluxo Road, dude.
Yeah, bro. Again, you're just picking on one of the probably 25 counties I'm trying to target.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? And then every now and again, right?
Yeah, I was just pointing out. I was just making sure in case Nene was listening and Mr. Polk and you know, people like that. You know, we got our boys up here in Palm Beach County too. We're not that dry. I thought we were drier than that, man, but we're not.
When we were younger, it seemed dry.
Yeah, it was dry when we were
younger kids, you know, middle schoolers and, you know, maybe starting high school.
You had John Carney in your day, and I had Fred Taylor. That was it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we had some guys. But over the last 30 years, the Palm Beach County has produced
Vince
football
Wilfork.
players.
Thank you, Bones.
Good ones. But
Vince Wilfork, Palm Beach County, bro.
Yeah, dude, guy's a Hall of Famer. How many Hall of Famers has Palm Beach County produced? That's a question.
I know, right?
Do you guys consider Lamar Jackson? He played for Palm Beach County, but I know he's
Boynton Beach High. He is Palm Beach County. That is who he was coached by. Was Palm Beach County coaches.
That's right. Again, you see what I'm saying? Like, these are the type of players I'm looking for. You noticed the other day when after here's something I want to point out to everybody. After the Ravens got their first win before the Buffalo game where they just went hard as hell, there was this one of the players on like the bus or the plane or something went on live on Instagram. One of the young guys, DB, the rookie or something, and he's coming over and he's all in fucking talking to Lamar Jackson. And Lamar Jackson had this innocent look on his face. Like he had no idea what this kid was doing, why he was doing it. And he's like, yo, why are you doing that right now? Like it didn't dawn on him to think that. Lamar Jackson don't think about hype or Instagram Live or fucking that son of a bitch after the game is thinking about decompressing, thinking about all the things that happened in that game. Like he's so locked in. It's that type of athlete that I'm looking for. You know, I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell to say.
Lamar Jackson probably is probably a largemouth bass angler.
I guarantee fucking to you, Culler. Lamar Jackson has walked up and down the Palm Beach Canal fishing fish. I promise you.
Oh, no
I
doubt.
promise you.
Well, remember, he went to high school in Boynton. You got
Color.
C15 Canal down there, bro, with big time
Color,
bass
let me give you
fishing.
another for instance. Let me give you another for instance.
C13.
I'm going to give you another for instance, right? We're talking about South Florida athletes that I want on my motherfucking football team. Okay? Deion Sanders gets arrested in Fort Myers for fishing at the airport. When pulled over and arrested for it, he says, I grew up here, been looking at it my whole life. I couldn't take it no more. That's what he said. I couldn't take it no more. I fished at that spot he's fishing at, and yes, there's lunkies in there, and he knew it like I knew it. That's why we both did it. He got caught. I did not, because I had somebody drop me off. That's how you do it, Dion, if you want to know. You can't park and try to walk it. You got to get dropped off and sneak it. But they'll always get you.
For all I know, Lamar might have been one of the little jits at the park that we were back when us, older teenagers were playing ball out the park. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he could have been down on the playfield shaking the whole fucking neighborhood, dog.
Well,
shaking
when I was younger like that, I was that guy for all the older kids. Like they'd send me down.
That is a true fucking story, Bones.
They sent me down to the end zone because they knew I'd catch it, even though I was like the little kid. You know what I mean? And they would just like exploit me all the time. Like,
you want me to tell you?
The other team would always get upset because, oh, ain't fair. It's like, yeah, you got to cover the little kid. You can catch the ball. You know what I mean?
So, Color, when I say this caricature of athlete, right, that I'm looking for, they don't have to be as simple as you see Deion Sanders, you know he's going to be good, right? You see Lamar Jackson, you know he's going to be good. I'm saying that type of background and that type of personality trait that is outside of football is the kind of guys I want to surround my team with. Because to me, I believe it speaks to a work ethic,
if
an
Deion
ability.
Sanders
Hold on,
got
Color, let me
caught
land,
fishing-
please. Let me land.
Sure.
Let me land. I think it points out to a work ethic, an ability to persevere, and just has all of these traits that I think is better for a team and on the football field. Because to me, those are the football field can teach you how to be better at those traits just as much as those traits can help you on the football field.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know what my point is look at Zach Sealer. Zach Sealer is probably the down in, down out, playing as potentially the best football player on our team right now. He is money all the time, and he's not a high draft pick. He never got drafted. He's a practice squad pickup, but he's a fucking guy who lives in his RV and saved his ducats and grinded and now is getting paid. And those are the guys that are the meat and potatoes of football teams that have that type of personality you need to seek out as a guy that has also abilities. That's it.
And to your point about South Florida, statistically, objectively speaking, you're right, Zach Sealer, by the way. But statistically, right now, there is one Miami Dolphin that is outperforming Zach Sealer on the line, and that Dolphin is an ex-Miami Hurricane, Calais Campbell.
Again.
So to your point, you know what I mean? Like
exact Color again. Calais only
in his 17th season, by the way.
Only furthering my point with, I promise you this, Calais Campbell isn't on the boat and say what you want, laid up with the boys and their wives, taking pictures, fun in the sun. Calais Campbell's on his boat with one or two of his friends that he grew up with, deep sea fishing, trying to angle a fucking monster. So there's a different personality in these people.
He's the 6th rank DT in pass rush right now, right?
Of course, Color. Why not? Why wouldn't you be?
You know who's 4th?
Sealer?
Christian Wilkins.
Well, again.
But we also didn't have to pay $28 million to go up 2 spots in rank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not. Christian Wilkins.
We definitely made out.
I will say this. I liked Christian Wilkins as a young kid, but I always worried about what kind of man he would be in the NFL. I will say this. Christian Wilkins has routinely surprised me by always getting better. I don't think he's worth what he's getting, but he's a guy that always made me go, well, I was wrong. Well, I was wrong. Well, he's the guy I'm consistently wrong about because I don't believe in that style of athlete. I don't believe in paying that style of athlete the money he got. But the guy he's good, right? If that's what you want, that's what type of football team you want, perfect. He's the best you're going to get.
And by the way, Realist Dolphins channel says, I know players in Palm Beach County that were ineligible to play. 50% of them would have went pro. And you know what, Realist? It wasn't that I was ineligible per se, but if I would have so much as just got my ass in the gym, I'd have been the next Steve Largent. I know it about myself. You know what I mean? And I'm not talking Wes Welker. No, I got long, lanky arms. I'd have been Steve Largent.
Again, I just feel like it all goes back to the surrounding issue that
eat your vitamins, kid.
We can tank. We could not tank. We could retool. We could get rid of Tua, but keep everything and everyone else and try to draft somebody. All of those scenarios. But ultimately, we're going to find ourselves right where we're at when we have an owner that money is the only thing that matters. And we have a fan base that the only thing that matters to them is hype.
Mm-hmm.
Hype is what matters more. Wins, they talk about Super Bowl, and that would be great because that's the ultimate hype. But as long as our hype meter and our ego is fed where we can be like, create memes and make fun of other teams and whatever, like they're good. Long as they can buy a fresh new jersey with a new number and say this guy's gonna own all of you, and he does own some chumps every now and again and gets lucky here and there. That's good enough for the Dolphin fan of 2024. And then since the 2000s, ever since the logo got changed, the fandom changed color.
Right. Well, as far as Dion goes, apart from Shadir, I could probably stomach him as the coach just simply because, like you're saying, work ethic. He is a dog. He does expect excellence, even if he is, probably,
I don't know, maybe color. I gotta be honest.
Here's the thing. He's
Miami
also
would turn him into a sideshow color.
He's also
that's the thing.
That's fine, but that's fine because what'll happen is the part that he will get involved with, the defense, the secondary, will tighten them up. And on the other token, since he is doing all that on the side,
there's too much Miami ego stroking, bud.
Well, I get it,
all the
I
YouTube
get it, but
stars
while all
and
that's
movie
going
stars
on,
and rappers are in Miami going, "What's up, Shadir?"
All I need him to do, I'm not talking about Shadir. I'm saying Dion by himself without Shadir as our coach.
Maybe.
While he's out there doing all that flash, okay, as long as he hires a competent offensive coordinator that can call plays, it don't bother me. If he's out there with a playbook trying to be badass Deion Sanders and calling offensive
Deion
plays
Sanders color. Here's the difference now.
No,
you're
you know
applying
what I mean?
Deion Sanders, the athlete that wanted to get paid on and off the field. But he knew, as Deion the athlete, best way to get paid on and off the field is to be successful on the football field, right? And he met those expectations and then some, which is why he got the shoe deals, he got the commercials, he got this. Deion Sanders, the coach, the way you get the money as a head coach in the NFL is make the fucking billionaire happy. And the billionaire is happy when he's getting billions. And you can get a piece of that billions.
And that's fine. But there's no reason that if Sanders lands the right OC that we can't also win. You know what I mean?
Well, color, again, we're going right back to luck. It's just like we're trying to draft the next Dan Marino. We're just hoping
hiring the right guy is a matter of luck anyway, apparently.
It's not. Because you got to have the right, well, I don't know, maybe, but ultimately, to me, the right guy is the right guy with the right attitude.
Who could you imagine Sanders bringing in as an OC? Hell, he's pompous enough to keep Mike McDaniel as an OC.
Mike McDaniel, I don't know.
Not that I'd want that. I'm just saying,
I would rather
any,
Mike McDaniel be my OC than my head coach.
any decent OCs out there are already ready to be head coaches. Any proven ones, I should say.
I mean, look, Culler, you know what happens if Sanders comes here? About another 8 coaches spread out throughout the positions and
Right.
coordinators are going to be ex NFL players, and it very well may work, right? Vince Wilfork will be coaching our fucking D line. That would be dope. I think it's cool.
And the result will be Wanstead 10-6 every year, or 10-7 every year, 11-6.
The result will be the same potentially, but the other end of the result is, man, oh man, will it sell? Will it sell? Is it marketable?
Now this I could go with.
Now see, if you're talking Tom Brady as the OC, I'm about that. Because I know Tom Brady ain't gonna play no bullshit.
Exactly.
Say what you will about what you want about the son
and he
of a
don't
bitch.
need all the flash.
But that guy, he'll
want to be left alone.
He'll push his weight up on you with a quickness if he feels like you ain't gonna let him. He cares about winning. He cares about winning.
Matter of fact, I'm on board with Tom Brady as our OC, no matter who the coach is coming.
Matter of fact, I'm down. Problem is, Tom Brady gonna be an owner, and ain't nobody getting nothing ever again from that.
Yeah, true. It is what it is, I guess. Anyway, hit the like button, everybody. You got much more left to talk about, Cap? I didn't have anything on. I mean, we know how we got to beat the Patriots this week. There's nothing else to say.
I don't know. I'll have some more Patriots takes
Should we
later.
run the ball? Should we pass the ball? Should we score points?
Man.
Anyway, everybody hit the like button. I appreciate you joining me this afternoon. We're at 4.5 hours, so I'm gonna shut it down.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Yep. You have a good one, Cap. And wait, Miss Finn says, "What about Brady as head coach?" Maybe that's something we'll have to get. Go ahead.
I would. Yeah, first of all, I would love that. I would think it'd be funny to watch him scream at everybody on the sidelines that ain't doing it on defense. That would be really fun. I mean, who's our DC? Do we get Flores as our DC?
Right. Put him in a big, a black, tall black trench coat type suit. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah! Make him look like the Matrix and shit.
Right. Or like some esteemed basketball coach because he's really tall.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Dark sunglasses.
The real problem which is why I was so leery on paying Tua, is that once Tua was paid and everything was leaning towards that with all the restructures, and once the domino of Tua getting paid happened, you saw the other dominoes happen, the Tyreek Hill, everything. It was so apparent that the team we see in 2024 was going to be, outside of what additions can be made via draft and potential, rotating guys on free agency, no stars. You get lucky with a Calais Campbell, but that would be the height of your free agencies, right? That once we were paying Tua, we were on this course, 2024, 2025, 2026, forever. That was it. It's either going to be that or it's going to be blow up. There's only 2 ways on the road we have already set into motion. Ride what we've got for the next 3 seasons, or blow it up early and, start looking to play real football again in 2025. Maybe 2026.
For those that want to be as delusional as me for the next couple of weeks, look, if Tua comes back to a 5-loss record, based on how the NFL has started out and seems to be going right now, we've got a 2-game margin of error, because you're not making the playoffs at 9-8, but you're also not out of it at 10-7. So you're not in a good position at 10-7. You're likely one and done. but you have a 2-game margin of error when Tua comes back if shit don't get fixed. The problem is if shit don't get fixed, that 2-game margin of error is evaporated really quick. So that's pretty much where we're at right now. As a fan, you just have to decide for yourself whether it's worth it for you to continue to root and spend the energy on it. And if not,
Well, Culler, we're not going anywhere.
well, if not, there's a few places out there that are perfectly fine with having draft discussions. So, you know, hell, we'll even probably have him here. But
yeah, I was gonna say that might be an inevitability.
I know, it just makes me want to puke. That's all. That's what it is. I mean, I'm not a fool. I don't want to quit yet.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what made me want to puke. You
Yeah,
reading
one more
off all
game.
those fucking running backs or all those quarterbacks that we might potentially look to add next year. That shit makes me sick.
Yep. I mean,
Sam Darnold.
For me, they got one more game, bro. You know, because I honestly don't think McDaniel's surviving the bye week if we don't win this game.
Well, here's why we can't ever shut down the damn show, Culler, because that's where I got my biggest fucking problem right now. I think McDaniel could put on the show that we're watching now from now until the end of the year.
Yep. Yeah,
and not lose his job. They're not going to fire him.
Well, if you're talking about not firing him at all, then fine. I'm fine with that. I mean, that's
they're not going to fire. Well, no.
I just don't foresee a situation where they go ride him the rest of the year and then fire him. They already know where he's at. They've got the right temperature on him right now, bro.
So no, I don't think so, because now if Tua gets deactivated and it's announced and he doesn't play, then yes. If Tua plays, even if it's for 3 games and goes back out again, or 1 game, doesn't matter. They're going to let McDaniel finish this season. If Tua gets announced that he's not coming back, then I give him maybe 2 games before they decide to fire him to see if he can win them without.
Bro, I'm not even sure they booed us before Philbin got fired, bro.
Yeah, I don't remember that, bro. I don't remember Philbin getting booed like that. I agree. But the booing, the losing, I don't know. I understand what you're saying, and it's hitting harder for you because you were in the stadium witnessing it, listening to the fans, and a part of it. And listen, and Twitter and fucking X and YouTube, for the most part, is right on par with you, right? I just know this organization. If he gets fired mid-year, then they're firing him. They're firing Tua. They're firing Greer, and that is emotion. I
actually believe, like, for instance, if it's Monday in a loss this week, if it's Monday that it happens because they're taking advantage of the bye week so that the interim head coach has a fighting chance to come in and get himself in place before the next game.
I understand the logic in that. I do.
Also, though, immediately Tua ain't playing another game this year.
Oh yeah,
because you're not gonna. What you've done by putting in an interim head coach is you have created yourself plausible deniability to the league in the tanking. Okay, if you're tanking and that's what you've decided to do by putting an interim head coach in and rolling the dice, then you're not going to risk injury to Tua.
But I don't agree with that. I think Tua plays no matter what, interim head coach or not, because whether you're going to keep him or not, you need to find out one way or another.
I fully agree with you on that. I just don't believe you can call it a tank if Tua plays, dude, because we're going to get dubs.
This team don't know how to tank properly anyhow, Culler. What do you think?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
What are you thinking?
Like, you've already made it clear that when Tua comes back, they're going to make it look good, which means we're going to get some dubs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're going to get some dubs. But them in full tank mode, they're never going to tilt in full tank mode at this point. This team is not tanking. It's not going to tank. And unless Tua comes out and gets injured, and then they're like, oh, that's it. If Tua gets injured again, and he's done for the season, then we're in tank. Until that happens, no one's getting fired. The tank is not real. Even if we lose every game, it'll be what it is.
Well, if you're talking about a natural,
Sunk?
bad
Yeah.
season, and that allows us to get out of our own way with a lot of the contracts and getting a good pick in the draft and whatever, I just can't stand the lack of trying, dude. It's you know what I mean? Bro, and then you add the principle of the fact that these guys get paid millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars. Culler, a lot of them got raises.
Have some self-respect.
A lot of people got raises, not millions of dollars. People make more. They got raises.
I know. I'm just saying.
Culler,
it's like
that's exactly.
It's like have some self-respect and play.
Nah, self-respect, Culler. The cash still clear. The check still clears every week.
I know.
Win or loss, bro. They don't give a damn about that.
I know. And so to the fans that complain about the fact that players decide to tank and whatever else, hey, we're the ones that created the situation where they make so much money that they don't give a damn. We're the ones that help them pay for their thick skin. That's why they can hear, that when you talk about why are these guys smiling and looking like they're having fun on the sideline and they're down by 50? Well, that's why. If I'm making $1 million, oh, well, it didn't work out today. Better luck next day.
Yeah, I got to say.
That's what Mike McDaniel was trying to say yesterday.
Something about having a bad day at work, and getting in my little work truck and driving, 25 minutes home is just not equal to the bad day at work at getting in my Aston Martin and driving home. I don't know. Call me crazy.
and Mike McDaniel, I thought, said the right thing the other day when he pointed out that they're not entitled to our fandom. They're not entitled to us, accepting their failures and all that.
What?
That's what McDaniel said the other day. Yeah.
I'm not entitled. No, meaning I don't have to accept.
No, they are not entitled to our fandom. In other words, he was talking about the fans booing and all that, and he's like, we have every right to. Because for him, he remembers how it is to be when he's a fan, because he likes sports too. We've seen him at Panthers games. We've seen him at Heat games. You know what I mean? The guy's a sports fan himself. So he's like, when I'm a fan, I feel more aggravated when shit ain't going right than I do when I'm there on the sideline as a coach, because as a coach on the sideline, at least I can try to do something about it.
Yeah.
The fans don't have control. The fans don't have a way to do anything about it. So they, as the coaches and the team and all that, are not entitled to us just accepting their failures. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's extremely aggravating to watch him throw a fucking sweep or a little fucking pitch play to the sideline again and again and again. I will say, I don't know, man. It's just.
I'm just saying, at least he's not tone deaf.
Culler, I don't think it's black and white, right? Where the future of the Dolphins go. The sickest, saddest future is that we could be chalking this season up and rolling out this same football team 2025. That is an option that a lot of people aren't talking about.
Oh, you mean the insanity option?
Yes, that although the team, say we get 9 wins, get into the playoffs, I don't know, God, dude, could it be the year that an 8-win football team gets in through the AFC? I doubt it, but hey, we've seen crazier shit happen.
Russell Wilson did it.
I'm just saying, right? Like, and then the Dolphins get in and fucking beat on a weak AFC team. Like, I don't know, say they actually win on the road against the Steelers. Now, it wouldn't be against Steelers on the road. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's a long season. There's a lot
Well,
more
the irony
football,
is
and a
we're
lot of
talking
things could
about
happen.
injuries, and the Kansas City Chiefs just lost their star wide receiver and their star running back.
Yeah, and all it takes is for if Lamar went down and was gone for the year for the Ravens season to be tits up. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
again, a lot of things could happen, but it is bleak as hell right now for Dolphins fans.
And that's why we as fans, well, as far as myself, what I'm rooting for, what I'm hoping for is that the players wake up before it's too late, you know? I mean, if all that's going down, you got to be ready to take advantage of that. What I mean by waking up is the players just got to play through it. It's kind of what McDaniel was saying in his last press. There's no magic sauce. There's no pill to take. You just got to play out of it. You got to try to execute better. And I don't see it where he's wrong there. Other than, but that includes himself. That includes himself, though. So execution for him is, helping the players to understand that urgency of that, and also obviously your own play calling.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
trying
don't know,
to
man.
absolve him. You know what I mean? I'm just simply saying it ain't over yet, people.
Sure, it's not over. It's not over yet. Agreed.
I'm not being Pollyannish or Homerish. I'm just being I'm being what I always am, Cap. A realist. The reality is we're 1-3. You know?
I'm being a realist and saying that I told everybody for years, y'all should have listened to me, and now we're on a collision course that could have been avoided last year, the year before, or the year before that since we started talking around here. And we were going to be again on a new collision course if y'all don't listen this time. Those are the facts. That's the point I'm really trying to get across, because everyone's got to see what, to me, we don't have lunch pail guys. And we take guys that are lunch pail guys and turn them into fucking Gucci sunglasses guys. Okay. I don't need Gucci sunglass football team anymore. This city already does that. This fan base already is stupid enough to take the flashy object rather than this fan base is full of people who are maxing out their credit cards to drive the new Cybertruck when they should be driving a Nissan fucking Altima. But that's how this fucking town, this fan base, this city, and a lot of these idiots are. It's how a lot of dummies in the world are. And I just want a little bit more sensibility here, a little bit more realism here. Enough of this other bullshit. It ain't worked in 30 years. It's not going to work tomorrow. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know how else to fucking get it.
Yep.
Take your hippie bullshit and go to fucking go to where the hippies is.
And if it's not, then the Patriots are going to beat us Sunday, and we'll know it.
Yeah, Patriots, do your job, lunch pail fucking organization. What did it net them? 6 championships, 6 Super Bowls. Like, actually, I think it netted them 9 championships in the AFC and 6 Super Bowl trophies.
Did you watch? Did you watch any of the Smoke Lounge last night?
I couldn't catch it, man. I was
so Shake likes to show the presser of the opposing coach each week.
Yes, I know, it's awesome. I love it.
Anything about our team, right? And Mayo says they asked him about why he's starting Antonio Gibson over Stevenson, and because Stevenson had the fumble Rooskies last week, and Mayo, he didn't sit there with this 20-minute long soliloquy about how important it is to hold on to the football. He said, look, man, He said, "How can I preach to the rest of my team how devastating turnovers are and how important it is to hold on to the football if I let this guy play this week?"
Yeah, that's called standing on business.
Flat out
Okay.
threw his player like, "Yo, I mean, it is what it is." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we want to win a ball game. We don't want to fumble the ball. We want to win a ball game.
Yeah. That's right.
What do you mean? How can I not put anybody else in? You know what I mean? The question is, why would you not put Antonio Gibson in? So he wasn't shy in saying it. My God, Ramondre's fumbling the ball. I can't be telling my team how important it is not to do that and let him continue to play.
Yeah, that's
Who
calling
was
being
that?
a man of your word. If you compromise that, especially early on as a coach, a guy who Gerard Mayo, a lot of questions about why they would fucking, give him the shot and all this stuff. It makes sense, but um, again, that's the type of stuff.
He
It's a
backed up.
hard pill to swall, Color.
I know he backed up Jacoby. They asked him why he kept going with Jacoby after the big hit, and if he plans on going with May. And he's like, nah. He's like, man, did you see that hit that Jacoby took last week? He's like, I don't know many people getting up from that hit and continuing to play like he did.
Exactly, right? And again, it's the hard pill to swallow to not
like,
play favoritism, to not be dazzled by athleticism at times. And it's a hard ground to stand when owners and
By the way, we all know
billionaires
where
and
Jacoby came from.
and billionaires and everything like that want money and results. It's a results-based business. But if you can, and you can build a football team the way it should be built from the trenches with the work ethic, that way. It's just how it gets done, man. Just how it gets done. And then you go and get fucking Randy Moss on your team who's got all the talent, and you can have them come in here. And it's always an adjustment for those guys when they get here. I'm going to own shit. Well, you ain't talking nothing until you earn to speak around here. What do you mean? I'm the best in the league. Yeah, well, you ain't shit in this building. And if you don't believe me, how many fucking Super Bowls we got? It's shit like that, bro. You can fucking it's just different, man. And people don't seem to understand what it takes to fucking play this game and do it effectively. I tell the kids that I coach all the time, I'm like, keep doing your job and doing it well and being there. This guy might beat you 9 out of 10 times. But that one time you beat him and do your job, they're going to wonder how. Because he's bigger, faster, stronger than you, but you haven't given up all day and you now got the sack or got the tackle or whatever, right? You now got the run because you didn't give up. And now they're broken. Now they're mad. Now they're off their game. And if
Or
you
you
keep
might have
on
got
people,
the key block that sprung
that's it.
the game-winning
From
touchdown.
that's right. And it's that type of mentality that for the other people that you're going against, no matter how talented, well coached, anything, if they don't have that mentality, they're gonna quit. Especially if they're gifted and talented. It's always easy to guys like that. It's always easy. They're loved. They're heralded. Their faces. Everyone's telling them how great they are all the time. Well, now they don't understand. Why am I so great? It must be somebody else's fault why I'm losing today. That's where their mind goes. And for the one that sticks his head true north and stays there and does his job, you get 11 guys doing it on both sides of the ball, you're going to win more football games than you don't. And if you start with a baseline at that and then infuse a little bit of talent for the guys that can buy in, then you become a dynasty. Then you become unstoppable. Now you have a real football identity. That's what it takes. Because you know what? The refs can screw you out of the game. The crowd can get involved and screw you up a little bit. All these things. You have a team that don't stop ever. you can't get screwed out of a game because chances are the team you're going against gives up, and you can't get cheated out of that. You can't get cheated out of it.
So any hope garnered that we went in full pads this week at practice?
No, Culler. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, man. Stop.
Kidding me, bro? Is there any hope we can garner that the offense is going to have any sort of different type of look to it other than what we've seen that hasn't been working? No.
Depends
Zero.
on if Jalen Waddle wants to wiggle the right way or not.
No.
Anyway, people, hit the like button. I'm getting out of here. I've been
All
on way too
later.
long all morning.
Yep,
All
later.
day. Later,
I'll talk
man.
to you later, Culler. I'm dropping.
All righty, buddy.
Bye.
Make sure you're going to tftg.network.com. Bookmark the page and make it your home page, so you always have a nice centralized location for all that is TFTG. What link? I'm not dropping the link, man. I've already been on for almost 5 hours. But you can catch us tonight. I believe Tonk might be going tonight for Tonk TMI Thursday, as well as tomorrow. You got the drive time with Shake Money. He will be having an open panel. Tank for Cam. Tank for Cam. Why would you want a tank for Cam? I mean, drop that link. I can't, man. I gotta go. But everybody, I love every one of you. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you're hitting the notification bell. Because if you'd have asked me a little earlier, Tank for Cam, I might have dropped it for you. Because Wednesdays, Thursdays, I'll let some people come up. I just don't want to have an open panel. But I don't think it's all that bad. And if we get the dub this week, we're back in it. So that's what I'm going for. I don't know how others go, but as far as I go, give me the dub or give me death. Later. Fins up, everybody.